Good morning. Welcome to a special edition of Joker TV.
We're barely making
canceled
it.
Canceled AthFest.
Canceled AthFest.
Aftermath.
Yeah.
You can see we just got worn out. Man, we had one hell of a show yesterday, didn't we?
Yeah, we did.
9.5 hours.
Yep.
And some of the best talent showed up here.
Oh, yeah.
Right here, down here at the Caledonia, where they've been nice enough to host us. I also wanted to special thanks our special sponsors, Jittery Joe's.
Oh, yeah. Charlie,
I know you're sleeping over there at Barber Street. I went by, but we did hit the one on Broad this morning.
Yeah, we had to get some coffee.
Got some Jittery Joe coffee.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. And let's see. Who else we got to thank?
Well, we couldn't put up any of the stuff together without our supporters in Belgians. We're nice enough to provide all of our stickers, paperwork, documents, signage, all that kind of good stuff.
Belgians always treats me right. I get all my printing down there. So.
Yeah, you definitely want to check them out. And we had a real treat yesterday with doggone good barbecue.
Oh, yeah. Oh, man, that was good. Oh, also, we forgot to plug the Iron Factory, also known as the Tron Factory when they have music. But Iron Factory brought some food down for the artist and then for everybody that was here yesterday.
Hell yeah.
Oh, man, that was good stuff.
Yeah, and I heard they had a packed house on Friday.
Oh yeah, I heard.
Yeah.
I heard it's been pretty crazy.
And yesterday too.
Yeah.
So you definitely want to check them out, and oh yeah, and if you notice how comfortable we are.
It looks like I dragged in some fake Zappa with me this morning.
Oh yeah. Well, all of our comfortable furniture here has been provided by Habitat for Restore.
Yep. Thanks, Habitat. It was awesome. They loaned us all this gear to really make this live stream happen.
So if you want to change things up and maybe you just got a new decor in your house, you might want to check them out.
We're starting to sound like professional pluggers here.
Hey, well, hey, it's in the morning. We have to, pay the bills.
Yep.
Somehow.
All right, let's see who else we got on that list. Echo Based Records, of course, was running sound yesterday and today.
Oh, yeah.
And the day before that. So he's been here with us the whole time. Thanks, Mike D.
And Cabbage Looper.
And Cabbage Looper, either one.
Depending on what time of the day it is.
Remote Studios.
Remote Studios, yeah.
She's
we're
not here yet, but
we're looking for her. I think she
dragging.
overslept it this morning, but her and Flower Bear have been hitting the circuit.
Oh yeah, man.
During this weekend, also.
Yeah, it's this weekend's been a long weekend, that's for sure. So, and if you were tuning in yesterday, you got a big treat of some fake Zappa. Taking over our stream.
Yeah. For a minute there, I was almost going to grab the Thorazine gun, but, yeah.
We love you, fake Zappa. And his production company, Sunday Driver Productions. So they're big sponsors of our AthFest weekend, or our AthFest coverage.
See, Zappa's always fun, but he's like 7 feet tall, and he's scary. I know he's doing his rant, but all of a sudden, every hair on the back of your head stands straight up like, oh, my God.
Let's see. Anybody else on that list we forgot? I think that's about it.
We mentioned Twisted, right?
Yeah, well, yeah, I think so. And then Jittery Joe's we mentioned. Yep. Oh, yeah, Athens Ga Music Live. So that's a YouTube channel, Athens Ga Music Live. If you type that in, it'll come up first thing. That's Gregory Frederick's channel, and he's pretty prolific here in this town, filming shows and sharing what's going on here at the nightlife of Athens, Georgia. So it's pretty amazing.
Oh, yeah.
He provided a lot of the videos that we're showing everybody. A lot of the live videos that we're showing people were recorded. Most of them recording kind of recently, but some of them are a little old. But he's been doing his channel for, man, I don't even know how many years now.
Wow.
Like he's got
almost seems like forever.
Yeah, and there's just so much content on his channel.
Yeah.
Like
yeah.
there's
you're gonna
just
definitely have to check
no
that out.
way you could watch it all. So it's
Now, I
amazing.
noticed this morning we were up to what 390.
94, I think.
94 subscribers. So
Yeah, I
we're
think
like
we-
6 away from the big 400.
We're 6 away.
Yeah.
So if there's anybody watching right now, please hit that subscribe button. Add one more to that. Tell your friends to subscribe. Oh, I think I just
I think
heard
we
a
might have
subscribe.
heard. Well, yeah, I think I heard one. Yeah.
What was that sound?
Yeah. Today we're gonna be having a really full day.
Oh yeah, we have.
It was supposed to be like completely empty, and we were like, oh yeah, we're gonna have lots of dead time.
Oh yeah, we're gonna take Sunday off. It's gonna be easy day.
we got real popular, real quick,
Yep.
and now we're like overbooking.
Let's see. I think we got Annie Leith is scheduled to be here. Nightshade family, DK. We might have an appearance from Nino Brown, and I think even Little Backwood's supposed to be here. So.
Oh yeah, so you're
We'll
gonna be
see.
in for a rare treat. So if you're just waking up and you got the Joker on, get yourself a nice
And
cup of coffee, get yourself nice and chill.
I think Trevi and crew are supposed to be here.
Yeah,
today,
okay,
too.
yeah,
So
we had
we're
Trevi's
still-
Friday, and he rocked the house. The problem is our audio crapped out.
Yeah,
so,
that was that.
Yeah.
That first day we had a little trouble with the
Yeah,
audio
little
here,
glitches. Plus, with the Rona people, calling in sick,
Yeah.
they want our help.
yeah.
We were down to like half staff.
So we're not really we don't have the schedule fully set today, but a lot of these people were all performing last night and the day before that and the day before that. So like everybody's been pretty busy lately. So we're gonna catch up with everybody and we're gonna have them showing up soon.
But I want to remind everybody, you want to support all the artists that are on here.
yeah.
I mean, these people are, sometimes they're working 8, 10, 12 hours a day sometimes just to put out good content.
Yeah, so much.
And, it always goes unappreciated.
Yeah.
I'll never forget, I was trying to quit biting my nails. So I took a class, I paid like, I don't know, $75 to learn how to knit. I made an Afghan. Okay,
Yeah.
it took me 3 years to make. Okay, cost me like 14 skeins of yarn at $6.50 a pop, plus all the little accessory shit you need with that crap. Dude, like I was into it for like $300, and then you make it, and people are like, oh yeah. You go to sell that, and they'll be like, "What? I'll give you $5 for it."
Yeah, yeah. All right, we got some guests showing up right now. Well, we're gonna be back in just a minute. We're gonna play some music videos, and
Get
we'll see
nice
you in a
and
minute.
chill, and get comfortable, and enjoy the show.
All right.
I wanna hold you. I wanna hold you till you come. I wanna fold you up like origami and hold
Last time I played in Athens was at Rabbit Hole, and like that night I got a call about like COVID and you should maybe keep a little bit farther away from people, and like this might be a serious thing, whatever. And a year later, it's so crazy to think that like it happened like that, but we're here now, and it's I'm really happy to see you all. And this next one, if you've been to any of my shows before, then you've heard it. It's called Sherbet Sky. you.
They told me you could help me out, get me out of here. There's no drunk on sober, she wants to save my soul. I don't think you know who you're talking to. I've had this all alone. Thanks,
And
All right, and we're live. We have a guest with us this early in the morning. Thank you for joining us, Annie.
For having me.
So Annie Leith is with us, and tell us a little bit about yourself and what you do.
I am a producer and violinist, and I'm based in Atlanta, soon to be back in Athens in the next few months. And,
cool.
Yeah, that's
Cool.
about it.
So, what genre of music do you do on the violin? Is it all classical, or you been like fiddling it out country music wise? Is it folk?
I wish that I was more of a fiddler. Like I've never been really good at like full like shredding violin, but it's always been like very loop based, very kind of more about like a timbre wash than like I will never say that I'm like the best technical player ever. Like it's more just I'm very like emotion based player for sure.
Yeah.
So what inspires you? And why the violin and not like the trombone or flute or a guitar or cello, whatever?
I also wish I played the cello, but I started playing violin when I was 6 and just kind of kept going with that, and it was orchestra growing up, and then once I got into college, it became playing with bands and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
And so it's always just kind of been like it could have been whatever instrument that my parents signed me up with,
Yeah.
and it just happened to be violin first. So.
Now,
And
I heard a rumor that you were playing this weekend. You had a
yeah.
gig.
A
someplace.
room. Yes, I did. I played over at Flickr. They kind of swept me up from the AthFest cancellation. had me
Was
open.
there a couple AthFest people playing that night?
Yeah, it was. Well, it was already supposed to be happening after AthFest on Friday.
okay.
It was like the after.
Oh, that's
fest or
the
whatever.
Afterfest. Okay, yeah, that's right. All right. Yeah.
So it was really fun. There was a bunch of people there, like, because I mean it was also already scheduled. So I think like there
Yeah.
were people that were planning to be there already. But
They already kind of knew it was happening.
yeah,
Yeah.
for sure.
So, with this whole pandemic thing that we've had going, has that affected your art in any way? Have you been hindered, helped, creating, not creating?
It was definitely kind of a process, because I think the first like 6 months of it, there was nothing like that, like creatively happening in my brain. But it was kind of like after I got over the initial shock of everything was when like writing about it all kind of started happening, probably like around August of the first year of
So
it.
you've been pretty busy working on some new stuff then?
It's been
Yeah.
happening. I mean, I always kind of end up taking a couple of months off of like actively creating an album right after something has come out, and just kind of just making like different loops and like
Yeah.
not worrying about making it like an organized set of songs.
Yeah.
So that's kind of where I'm at right now. for
So did
sure.
you release something? I didn't know about what you released. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. It was maybe like a month ago. I
okay.
released my most recent album.
And what's that called?
It's called Less Traveled.
Less Traveled. Okay. That's an interesting title. We're all stuck on a lockdown, and Less Traveled is pretty right on.
Thank you.
So, you know, if somebody wants to find, you know, your art, your music, and all that kind of stuff, how they gotta do it?
I am on Spotify and Bandcamp and everywhere that you get your podcasts.
Oh, okay.
And just Annie Leith at Bandcamp.
Mhm.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Cool. All right, and so I think we're going to have a little performance here in a little bit. So everybody, you'll be treated to a nice performance from Annie Leith here early in the morning. Hopefully some people are watching. They're awake and up after partying last night.
Right? Yeah.
Right.
You know,
We barely made it.
You know, Mr. Max Blank here. Yeah, he was craving those. What is that? A bloody
Bloody Marys.
Veronica Mary. I mean,
Yeah,
Bloody
we need-
Mary. Yeah,
we
see, I don't
need,
drink that much, so.
I think the bar's closed next door, so we need like a Bloody Mary Sunday, you know?
Bloody Mary Sunday. Oh my God.
Something to like pep us up.
Right.
You know, it's weird because this morning I happened craving ice cream.
Really?
Yeah, dude. For I
Ice
don't know
cream.
why. Yeah.
You need a Sunday.
Yeah, exactly. On Sunday. Yeah.
Really?
And I went by that thing. They got one of them frozen liquid nitrogen ice cream places, right?
Mm,
I've never heard of that.
Yeah, it's over on if it's over on Broad Street, right?
mm.
You know, Cosmo Itric, but I don't know what the heck it's
Oh,
called.
okay.
But anyway, yeah, apparently they have some type of science contraption they do, and then they'll make instant ice cream for you.
Whoa.
Mm.
Okay.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I'll have to try that out for
Yeah,
sure.
now I'm yeah, you know, next time they're open, I'm gonna have to ask it. How come you're not open at like 8 o'clock on Sunday mornings?
You're like, that's the only time I want this.
Yeah.
That's when I want it. All right. Is there anything else we forgot to mention? Like anything you want to tell everybody? You were talking about you had maybe some projects coming up.
Yeah. I've been
That's right.
working on an EP with Leanne Peppers. It's like her spoken word, and I wrote to it. It was all voice memos over the course of quarantine. So it's
really?
like, yeah, it was definitely a very like a very COVID
Quarantine
start to that.
project.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, okay, so all right, now see, now you got my curiosity. up. Okay, so I'm picturing there you are on Facebook Messenger. Damn it! Spell check. Delete. Okay, let me. Damn. Yeah, see, that's my problem. Yeah. And then all of a sudden, you're like right in there fiddling
Right.
it out, and oh man, I got to start all over. I rewrote it.
So did she like send you stuff that she had ready first, and then you kind of put music to that, or was it the opposite?
It was the first.
Yeah.
It was. She would send me voice memos, and I just kind of would take the natural like rhythm of whatever she sent me, and that would be the BPM of the track, and just kind of
Cool.
chop. And it was really nice, like writer's block thing, honestly, because that's always been my biggest struggle is like looking at a blank Pro Tools session. And I'm
Exactly.
like, what do I do?
Yeah.
So if there's already a voice there, then it's like, okay. Like,
Yeah.
there's a rhythm,
You got
we're
something to
good.
base it off of, something to
Yeah.
build on, and.
Yeah, exactly.
Did you like? I know you do your loop with what you're doing. Did you include what she was doing in the loop at all, or is it strictly just what she's saying straight on top of what you're doing?
It's it became a loop for sure, because
Cool.
it was like maybe what she sent me would be anywhere from like 10 seconds to like a minute and a half. So depending on the song, it would either be like those lyrics became a loop, or it was like going throughout.
Nice. I'm looking forward to that. That's gonna be
Thanks.
cool.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Be
All
some
right.
DJ
When
stuff.
you get some new stuff in,
Yeah.
make sure you send it to us, and we'll put it up on the air and share it with the rest of the
Absolutely.
world. You know, we do have a small footprint right now, but a huge reach because we have viewers watching from all over the world.
Cool.
Yeah.
That's fantastic.
And we looked this morning, and we got up to 394 subscribers.
Whoa.
Yeah.
So
way
we're about to
cool.
hit 400.
That's awesome.
So
Yeah.
we're looking forward to that.
Fantastic.
And
All
I'm
right.
hoping that we get somebody on the International Space Station, or at least on that Virgin Galactic, or
Yeah. They're tuning in, you know.
right. Right.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's watch a couple videos, and we'll be back a little bit with a performance from Annie Leith.
Forgotten takes the cake. You know it's hard for me to stay away when the room is full of men in hats. Cardboard conversations. I talk to the cat. I can enjoy the moon. If you kiss the ends of my hair as our shadows
There goes my American girl. a woman in love but not with me. She's always dragging some loser's heart around, bragging about how he's never gonna leave. But sooner or later I know it'll happen, and when it does she'll have a breakdown. And I'll just tell her what I told her last time. It'll all work out. But I don't know what to say to make you wipe those tears away. But if you need me, not a day, I'm just a Tom Petty song away. I'm just a Tom Petty song away. Little flower, she's a wild one, heartbroken but she won't back down. See her out there with a new mystery man, young lovers tearing up this old town. Sooner or later I'll leave her too, and when he does she'll call to cry. And I'll just tell her what I told her last time. It'll be alright. But I don't know what to say to make you wipe those tears away. But if you need me, not a day, I'm just a Tom Petty song away. I'm just a Tom Petty song away. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Free fell into the great wide open. With angel wings I learned to fly. A saving grace, a higher place. I booked a gig at the top of the sky. 'Cause you and I will meet again. So when you call up the last DJ, just tell him what you think about me. If you get lucky, hell, he might even play. Well, I don't know what to say to make you wipe those tears away. But if you need me, not a day, I'm just a Tom Petty song away. I'm just a Tom Petty, I'm just a Tom Petty, I'm just a Tom Petty song away. I'm just a Tom Petty, I'm just a Tom Petty, I'm just a Tom Petty song away, song away. 1, 2, 3.
Tim, so wait, are we recording?
Yeah. This song goes out to all you lobsters out there. I feel your pain, brothers. All of the lobsters around the world, I want you to know, feel your pain. I terrorism, worse than AIDS, worse than cancer, 'cause everything fades except your pain. But I will fight for you. We love you, lobsters. We always keep you in our mind and souls. Even if you're not with us, we're always there with you.
Come on. Oh, yeah. Come on. Come on.
You're always a winner when you shop at the Restore. Look for the blue barn door past the tracks on Barber Street.
Ain't even had this, so I'm real. Ain't even had this, so I'm real. So ain't even had this, so I'm real. Yeah. On the grill, we in the field. On the grill, we in the field. Where my aim in the field. Aim in the field. Poppin' that shit, don't pop no pill. If I ain't show up, then I ain't real. Love that money, just ain't big deal. Them ain't real, them ain't big deal. Slide in the bin like not for real. She like going fast and thrills. Should've changed name up out of Big Thrill. Yeah. Like ain't even had this, so I'm real. Yeah. Ain't even had to. Ain't even had this, so I'm real. Ain't even had this, so I'm real. Ain't even had to. Ain't even had to. Ain't even had this, so I'm real.
Cranking out hits, baby girl, no deal. Writing all my shit now, dog, for real. Just how it is, I live my lyrics. Hit at the hit right at my crib. Fucking on your bitch right at my crib. Fucking so good, she don't wanna deal. Merge your bitch, then play the field. You ain't stopping shit, she coming to chill. Too turned up, I ain't pop no pill. Hold up. Too turned up, I ain't got no chill. Worked at this here for some years. Gave my blood, sweat, and tears. Gave that bitch about everything. Pops was locked up, I felt pain. Nothing ever was the same. Introduction to the game. Turned that boy into the main. Had the boss up, conquer my fears.
Should've changed name up out of Big Thrill. Yeah. Like ain't even had this, so I'm real. Yeah. Ain't even had to. Ain't even had this, so I'm real. Ain't even had this, so I'm real. Ain't even had to. Ain't even had to. Ain't even had to, so I'm real.
a dream hard. When we get to working, we be fighting on the colors, got a feeling like a youngin' really just started. Big dog, watch a player really get his pimp on. I get shorty to the crib with a couple of my friends and they really gon' get started. Walking, pimping with my brothers, that's all we got. I got hands up, bottle, and a drink, that's on fire. Little shorty, check my arm, that ain't heat yet, that's on fire. Say she need it real, check those signs. Hey. Everywhere I go, they wanna choose us, so I'm gonna make everything that I shoot for. But these rappers hate when they really get goosebumps. They don't wanna make it, they just really wanna do us. But they wanna rap like me, wanna act like me, wanna really catch the flow, make it sound like me. And I really wanna know why they acting like they don't. You can get a head start to get mad by me. I'm outside with the groove, I'm outside with your boo. Shawty said she got a man, I don't care about that dude. I be high before I land, how many blocks I need to? I ain't never took an L, now what do y'all know? I ain't know. Like, living with my brothers, that's all y'all. I got nothing but a dollar and a dream, that's on down. Shawty, show my boy, yeah, that's on fire. Say she love me, yeah, real, check those signs. They were blessing on the hater for sure. Even they mad and I'm cool with they hoe. They didn't even know that I know how to do the job. That shit that I keep on the law. Dog, I'm a big dog. Make a cut is getting nigga for a big dog. Got the second never put a shot in him out. Make the whole mother let double cause a nigga PC. Oh, baby, don't try. I am that guy. I'm super fly. Yeah. I know that they hated and waited, but I would have been from a fly. Yeah. Heal for sure. And nothing to leave it like you won't die. She can't ever heal. Give me some head. I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna die. No, I'm gonna die. Body, yeah, that's trapping. That's a woman. Say she love. That's her. She just wanna ride. Papa, really. Bang roll. Walking hot, pimping no bang roll. I just give it good, like a man of a good. Yo, shorty don't wanna react, y'all. Hello, beat, body.
Traveling broad, your interest specific. You trade political benefits from your verbs. What about your neighborhood like they picture on TV? Brother, take a step outside. Not supreme, not so peachy. You're preaching your appropriation. Now watch my culture get raped. Brother, wanna acknowledge the truth. Why sell my life for a tape? See what it costs for you to think different. You chose the sauce and chose to listen, now you drink different. Hard for the swallow tomorrow, finally feel it today. Substance, it is like the hype of a phase. Reality's disgusting. See what it costs for you to think different. You chose the sauce and chose to listen, now you drink different. Hard for the swallow tomorrow, finally feel it today. Substance, realize these pages the same. I brought that real for discussion. Every plan is smart, trying to blow up offers. All absorbing, been too awestruck to see what it cost us. Perception is enormous, community dormant for human life. Performing for dogs and I'm overbites and overnight supporters who claim to save us and only record us. Grab a UNICEF, you accept all the tens before us. Forget a legacy if my brother's still falling in vain. Without ownership, slaving on ownership, collecting losses for bonuses. Run up the cycle, had a weak-minded loss and the scoreless. But when the dust settles, the poverty remains. As if this campus my property, but mine got replaced. Equality is in knowledge, and here I have none to gain. Yeah, see what it costs for you, the thing different. You chose the sauce and chose to listen, now you drink different. Hop of the swallow tomorrow, finally feeling today's substance. Hypnotized by hype of a phase, reality's disgusting. See what it costs for you, the thing different. You chose the sauce and chose to listen, now you drink different. Hop of the swallow tomorrow, finally feeling today's substance. Realize these pages the same, I brought that real for discussion. Displacement or renewal, who at the end of your lease. Makeshift homes, freedom at the end of your leash. Making an order, finding the trauma, giving the people that built your city, divided pieces apart. But I see in the harm in your karma, the chink in my armor. Free agent, the wages send me right back to my mama. Hoping they treat us weight on the turns, we always come third. But if you call a spade, it's they be Mario Chalmers. Throw us to the beds where shot and screwed is the usual. You celebrating, but results are never mutual. System gotta awake to its own mistakes, with discrimination embedded in race that's put over our day to day. Till we start resolving institutional, local, and state. Use your voice here, stop looking for escapes. I'm feeling bold, feel like this I chance to be great. So when I come back with a milli, look, I'm sorry for the wait. Yeah. See what it costs for you to thing different. You chose the sauce and chose to listen, now you train different. Hop in the swallow tomorrow, finally feel it today. Substance in the times are epic for phase. Yeah, realize these pages the same. Yeah.
Yes. No. Okay, yeah. I'm well aware of that. Tell them to go to the next phase. This wasn't in the plan.
You're gonna feel this one
walks the edge of town, the secret doorsteps all around. She knows there has to be a better way. I see her people everywhere. She just loves the way I stare. I've got to help her find a better way. Time leaves me waiting here in vain, lying on my back year after year. Why can't we just up and disappear? I've got to find my way back to Bonita. Jose is the man, blue agave in his hand, behind the stick most every single day. I try to reason with this man, offer everything I have. He gnashes his teeth and turns the other way. Time leaves me waiting here in vain, lying on my back year after year. Why don't we just up and disappear? I've got to find my way back to Bonita. Distant land, just forget her, settle down. Yeah, I should probably go this very day. Scarlet sweat beads on my brow, gotta leave this town. He says you never see a fist game. Time leaves me waiting here in vain, lying on my back year after year. Why don't we just up and disappear? I've got to find my way back to
finna speak from my heart on this one. It's your boy Tony B checking in. A lot of y'all be looking at me like I had it gravy growing up. Mom stayed in the pen. No daddy in and out. Whatever. Salute all my aunties and uncles for taking care of the kid. Cousins, brothers. I know I ain't the only one that got a story to tell. I just got the chance to tell it right now. Check me out. I know it sounds crazy, but don't know where to start. All I know is real and it's coming from my heart. So tell me how y'all manage, trying to raise a savage. Being young, wild, hard-headed, and even managed. Mama in the pen, daddy had no whereabouts. Feeling like an orphan, bouncing from house to house. Always had lights, used to stove for heat. One thing Gracie did was made sure I eat. I always had hope, but never had dreams. Hoping one day I have everything I need. A lot of broken promises, a lot of tears. Got me asking God why me as a kid like that. See what I'm saying? That's just only half of it, right? Y'all access has officially been granted to the story of my life, right? Every verse means something. Real life, ask about me. Second verse dedicated to my auntie, R.I.P. Pam. She left me a little something before she left. A little advice, check it out. When my aunt passed, she left me 2 stacks. Already had work, it was no looking back. Started hitting licks, CD players and rims. My only thought was I had to get it in. Top of that, granny sick, she needed insulin. Wasn't thinking about my future at that moment, man. Got caught up, didn't get the big picture. Best believe karma's a bitch, she will get you. That's why I stay humble and prayed up. Get your shit together, he's gonna call us up. Ears to the street, eyes on the road. Parents killing kids, this world is getting cold. Best friends falling out over hoes. Unfit parents, this shit is getting old. That's why I spend time with all my loved ones. Every time I see them, you know I hug them. And that's real talk, man. You never know when the Lord's gonna call you home. So make sure you tell all your loved ones you care for them, you love them. You feel me? Make your time worth living on this earth. Everybody go through trials and tribulations or whatnot. So just stay prayed up at all times. And fuck the bullshit. Yeah. Fuck friends, friends turn to enemies. I wish I saw that shit before they got close to me. Yeah, I stayed down, plus I had your back. When you was running low, I helped you with the sack. But I was too focused, trying to get it in. At the same time, you was plotting, man. But it's cool, boy, I ain't no fool, boy. Being crabs in the barrel ain't the move, boy. Fuck your allegations and all your rumors. Worry about me, you're gonna catch a tumor. It is what it is, I wish I knew sooner. Used to kick it like soccer, now who's the loser? Was it the attention or the bitch choosing? MJ and Pippen, boy, we wasn't losing. Take my own advice, salute and keep it moving. I guess this is God's way of trying to school me. That last verse, man, just some little situation I've been through. I'm pretty sure everybody done had somebody so-called homie, homeboy, homegirl to shit on them. You know what I'm saying? But I'm just gonna address it like that. You know, everybody can vibe to this. Everybody know where I'm coming from. If you don't, you ain't living. You feel me? Understand that. But I'm gonna leave y'all with this note right here, man. Watch your back. Watch everybody that's close to you. Cause they out to get you, snakes in the grass. Even when the grass cut, they still out to get you. Crabs in a barrel, whatever you want to call it, man. I ain't even need no hook for this song, man. Straight like that, man. Everything from the heart, everything real. If anybody catch feelings about it, you know what? Fuck you. But I guess what though? I ain't taking them back. Straight like that.
meet me in the back of your mind.
Thank you, everyone.
Do I have to go on the ride? She doesn't want to go. Why do I have to decide? She doesn't want to know. Is this the dream, invisible thing? Is it going to flow? Why do I
I run on down the street with all the wandering things. Everyone can see the world is coming free. The monumental minds will dangle on a wire. The great enormous wall eventually will fall, and all the world is waiting to lay beneath the water, to rise up from the ruins and climb up from the bottom. Oh yeah, I thought I heard you say the end is on the way. I thought I heard you sing a million lovely things. I thought I heard you cry, a howling through the night, an everlasting scream to echo through your dreams. And all the world is waiting to lay beneath the water, to rise up from the ruins and climb up from the bottom. Oh yeah, it was always growing there, a dim light in my eyes, coming on to lead me through the night. All at once, then slowly, every sound you've ever known is hung by all the world into a throne. Is hung by all the world into a throne. And all the world is waiting to lay beneath the water, to rise up from the ruins and climb up from the bottom. Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Because you went to Stockholm and spoke to the family linguist. And because you answered the cable, we took the liberty of sending. Yes, we did a little for you. It was not so bad.
I don't know where it is. What we used to know. It feels like there's a glitch. In the light we used to glow, 'cause you're a blueberry dream. And what should I do? Blueberry dream, take close to you. Blueberry dream, and what should I say? Blueberry dream, to bring you my way. Blueberry dream, and what should I do? Blueberry dream, take close to you. Blueberry dream, and what should I say? Blueberry dream, I'm going to bring you my way. Who are you? Maybe I don't know. This could be a dream. Maybe I should go.
Let's turn the cameras around.
All right, welcome back to the live edition. Annie Leaf.
Are we? Is everything? Annie, are you ready over there? Are you ready over there? Okay. Mike, are we ready? Where's Mike?
Mike's out the back.
Okay. Do we need one more video, maybe?
Oh, yeah. Well, I don't think anybody was watching at that moment, particular anyway. But anyway, yeah, we came back to the hosting.
Yeah.
About a minute and 37 seconds, too quick.
Yep.
But we're going to be live with Annie Leith any moment now. We're just waiting for our sound person to show up and
set it all up. All right. Teach out another video.
He's just finishing his Rona shot. He should be okay by now.
It's funny, all these years
I've preferred to stay inside, and now trapped in here, very near the end of my ride. The music box, my only company, is slowly winding down, and underneath the dying melody, a falsetto yearns, a glimmer of a familiar tune, slowly starting to rise, and slowly I recognize the sound of crying through the wall, crying through the wall, left tears in my eyes, streaming down, my only connection to them at all. I hear voices in the other room, reassuring and so kind, but try as I might, they can't hear me telling them I'm fine. Then suddenly it's quiet in my room, a needle drops, and then a gentle boom, 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 as a falsetto yearns, a glimmer of a familiar tune, slowly starting to rise, and slowly I recognize the sound of crying through the wall, crying through the wall, left tears in my eyes, streaming down, and suddenly I see the sun. Well, hello, everyone, hello,
with how your life has
live studio audience. And thank you, digital listening audience, if you are listening. That was called Away Again, and that's off my new album, and this next one is called Sherbet Sky, and it is off of an old album. And I hope you like it.
a sign to just unwind. Wait for the river to come and take her away to where the garden near would ease her fear that the world had been broken beyond to repair. A place where flowers grow. You'd never know that the neighbors were fighting and children were dead, but she'd never leave. So sad to see that the place she'd gone to was all in her head. She sailed away and caught a plane back home, somewhere they'd never know. If only she could find a way to see. I bet a lonely night, a shepherd sky, a dog at a home and a place on the shore, a place they'd never see, content to be away in the silence she once knew before she sailed away and caught a plane back home, somewhere they'd never know. If only she could find a way to see. She sailed away and caught a plane back home. She sailed away and caught a plane back home, somewhere they never know. She sailed away and caught a plane back home, somewhere they never know. She sailed away and caught a plane back home, somewhere they never know. She sailed away and caught a plane back home, somewhere they never know. She sailed away and caught a plane back home, somewhere they never know. She sailed away and caught a plane back home, somewhere they never know. She sailed.
Thanks. Appreciate it. Well, I appreciate it. Good. Yeah, no, this is. I'm really glad that this could still happen, regardless of like AthFest world. You know, like this is really nice. This is a special setup, especially being in like the bones of Caledonia. This makes it even better. Cool. So this next one is also off of my new album, and it's called Tired Eyes, and I hope you like it. It's a quarantine song.
Tired eyes sinks to the floor. Sad times, can you just ignore? Disguise the thoughts that wear you thin. Brain lies. Someone told me skin won't make your problems go away. Next new season, lotion, scrubs, or hairspray. Tired eyes gets up and reads the news. Sad times, most people are like you. Realize you have a right to choose. Implies that they could take that to the roof to dream about someday. When anxious thoughts don't have to be on replay. And in the end, there are two different ways to cope with how your life has changed.
Thanks. Appreciate it. I've got one more for you guys. And yeah, thank you for having me. It's been a fun time.
Thank you so much, Annie Lee.
Thank you. This last one is a cover that I will play for the rest of my career until I get sued for playing it too often that it becomes copyright infringement. This is by Andrew Bird, and it is called Behind the Valley of the Three White Horses, and I hope you like it.
Thanks. That's it. Thanks for listening.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. That was an amazing performance.
As it wraps around your bones.
you down. Do you know who to talk to? Just know they're gonna take you down. They're gonna cut you down.
All right.
Woo!
Wow.
All right, we're back.
Talking about an awesome special edition of Joker TV.
Yeah.
Canceled AthFest Aftermath.
AthFest Aftermath.
Right.
I might have to change the name of these videos to the AthFest Aftermath.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But man, they did some nice smooth sounds.
Yeah, that was
Annie
awesome.
was awesome.
Yeah. Yeah, I really dig what she does. So.
And just getting to see all these live shows here at the Caledonia.
Yep.
Closed set, because the pandemic.
Yep.
Fortunately, everybody's been, Ronafide checked here and triple vaxxed, X-vaxxed, quattro vaxxed, whatever.
Yeah.
So, we've got some really cool stuff that's coming up pretty soon. We are going to be talking to the Nightshade family and watching them perform.
We talked to them the other night, and we're actually going to get a performance from them here in a minute. So
awesome!
They came back for a performance. So
yes,
we'll be playing a couple videos, and then we'll get back to that in a second here. And I hear that Little Backwood might be on the way, and I think Cortez is coming in later. So.
Right.
Nino Brown is what I mean.
Nino Brown.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this has been a really cool. Man, we had an awesome day yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
9.5 hour marathon. Did another 4.5 hours on Friday.
Yeah.
And had some people just rock the house here.
Yep.
And one of the things that's been really inspirational is to see how much creativity people have had during this whole, the pandemic 20s.
Yeah.
So, I've been really fortunate to be able to hear all the artists share, their individual experiences about.
Yeah, that's
how
been a
this thing
treat,
affected
right?
everybody. And it was just totally different. I just assumed that everybody was going to be like, wow, yeah. We've been nothing but creating, but we did have a few that were like the Jerry Springer types, and
Yeah, we had some Jerry Springer types yesterday.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Wonder if Fake Zap has ever been on Jerry Springer.
Dude, yeah, you or Dr. Phil.
Or Dr.
He
Phil.
needs Dr. Phil.
That's
think,
what he
you
needs.
know?
Yeah. We love you, Fake Zap. I hope you're
Yeah.
watching.
And he's really funny, but the thing is, he's like 7 or 8 feet tall. I mean,
Oh, yeah.
he's huge.
Yeah, he's huge.
And can scare the bejeebus out of
Did
you.
you see how big Annie was on the stage there?
Oh yeah, oh my God,
Like,
yeah. She
I
looked
don't
like
know
one
what
of the
happened. She
Keebler elves.
grew like suddenly.
Yeah. Then she got huge.
Yep. All right. Well, let's take it on to a couple more videos, and we'll be back in a little bit.
Forgetting takes the cake. You know it's hard for me to stay away when the room is full of men in hats. Good boy conversations. I talk to the cat. I can enjoy the moon. If a kiss bridal crown of poppies, azaleas and coral root, sipping on champagne from the lily of the valley's flute. See Raleigh and Banksia for your Aquarius love, foiled to your secret smile, allium and foxglove. Beauty is the sharpest tool, and you cut me to the quick. Four bright blue wings in a forest thick. I can't forget you. I don't try. To undo the latch of a hook and eye. I know I said I didn't want you. as a child. I can't forget you, I don't try. Can I hear the voice of your eyes? I can't forget you, I don't try. I dive into the wake, mystified.
Painted horses and butterflies and bluebirds flying through southern skies, dusty dirt road. Oh, won't you please take me down south of Georgia, beneath them shady trees. Up on the humpback, under the stars, the sexy sounds of a Steve Rouse guitar. Down home Sydney, oh, carry me way on back. Way back in that swamp beside the railroad track. The Broadway lights in Hollywood, they spoke fine, but they ain't as good down south in Georgia, beneath the shady trees. No better place, no better place for me. Yep, that just happened.
Parker on bass, everybody.
always on go. I was glow.
1, 2, 3.
I was always gon' glow. I was always on go. They was always gon' know that Trub was always a pro. I don't understand, no. I just bust down that dough. Bag that up before we roll. Build a buzz, then I blow. Building blocks to my home. Build some trust for you long. Niggas out of they mind, thinking I was just bone. I can't deal in no favors. I can't chill with no paper. I can't trill with the player. And we fall through like the neighbors. I hop on it goes. I got gold on my soul. Pay the way out in gold.
Pay the way out in gold.
Some I thought you should know. Hate doing what I've been told.
Hate doing what I've been told.
Some I gotta let go. Moving reckless. Trill player. To the next life. For real player. I hop on it goes. I got gold on my soul. Pay the way out in gold.
Pay the way out in gold.
Some I thought you should know. Hate doing what I've been told.
Hate doing what I've been told.
Some I gotta let go.
I'ma let chaos make that 808 talk. I'ma stare at the page, watch my rhymes fall. Pen and lighting up what I sing sometimes. Got a local round scheme that might really get cops called. Smoke in the air with the music thumping. Riding out the Bill Youngin', yeah, Bonneville Trill bumping. Just caught a vibe, I ain't did nothing. Heard some people say I've been moving reckless. Off the acid and the weed, check it. Hey, no pill, a lean, that's reckless. Grinding like I never seen a check here, running no Nike. Gym sitting round, good on polished stars. She a headache, I need some Tylenol. What did the bread say, man? You know that talk. What did the bread say, man? You know that talk. It got me reckless.
I hop on it goes. I got gold on my soul. Pay the way out in gold. Pay the way out in gold. Some I thought you should know. Hate doing what I've been told. Hate doing what I've been told. Some I gotta let go.
all belong in a new mommy bone. Please come along today. We all belong in a new mommy bone.
I gotta keep me a roll. Try to go balance my lows. Tired of just dealing with raindrops falling on my window, telling me to let go, showing me it's simple. I do not wanna be alone. Gotta do this on my own. Tired of just dealing with raindrops falling in my head, telling me to rest and think of the ways I could cope. I gotta keep me a little bit more in the bag just for me. Stressing my heart that I gotta release. Since I was young and been burning a lot. Faced with my devils, they showed me the fire. Faced with the moments I'm barely alive. Faced with the moments they wasting my time. Facing the blunt when I gotta get right. That's all that I know, this is how I survive. I gotta keep me a blunt on my lips. I gotta keep me away from the shade. I'm overworked, but I gotta do more. I can't just have me a regular day. I gotta learn how to handle the praise. Still got some family I gotta save. Still got a mountain of problems to climb. Still gotta learn from the price that I pay. Keep me a roll. Try to go balance my lows. Tired of just dealing with raindrops falling on my window, telling me to let go, showing me it's simple. I do not wanna be alone. Gotta do this on my own. Tired of just dealing with raindrops falling in my head, telling me to rest and dream of the ways I could cope. I gotta keep me a little bit more to the side when my name get attached. Maybe I'm thinking ahead, but the voice in my head got an angle for that. They barely keep up when I play with the raps, and I straight with the facts. Imagine the pay with the text. Imagine the rate if I claim what I brought to the table. It ain't been a match. Boy, I'm a legend, you fable at best. I gotta keep me a blood on my lips. You don't want me to start pulling them cards. You don't want me to start beating my chest. I don't want me to start taking them best. I'ma do me, can never be less. Never gave a damn about another man's respect, cause I never try to hide what it is or who I am. I don't care who stay around, I can do it by myself. I done put me to the test, put me through the stress. Spilled blood for the record, probably pour it out again. I been dealing with my sins, jumping off the fence. If the angels don't come, gotta build it with my hand. Never thought I had a chance, mama was depressed. Recognize you young, still tighten up my chest. Cover with the pain, only taught me how to drift. Deep inside my soul, but it showed me how to win. So I gotta keep me a blunt on my lips. What I deserve's on a whole nother level. I even give more when I'm down at my lowest. I just gotta show them I always get better. I gotta keep me a blunt on my lips, cause I gotta keep me a foot on the pedal. I found out the truth and I looked at the signs. Ain't no debate that the source forever. Try to go balance my lows. Tired of just dealing with raindrops falling on my window, telling me to let go, showing me it's simple. I do not wanna be alone. Gotta do this on my own. Tired of just dealing with raindrops falling in my head, telling me to rest and dream.
If you must know, I often talk about juice, which is an allegory for self-love. And of course, on the other side of that, you have the sauce. Now you see, the sauce is a lot like the juice. It's all these false ideas that you have about love that just turn out to be a lie to you, but I would rather you not learn this lesson the hard way, so just walk with me. Yeah. Lost in the sauce, don't know what the cost is. Might be a life, man, ain't no telling. Daddy seeing bars and apple don't fall too far from the tree. But I ain't no fella what it feel like when your second chance to get it become real life. Women always see the difference, so they acting different now. They listen, can you tell me what does that appeal like? Superficial women love me like they been there. Oh girl wanna love me like she never left. Swimming with my every year, that's the Cyrus. Showing every year being tested, wasn't being blessed. She the code to eat the stress on some grand theft. Thought I fell in love, ain't know the definition. Let the gluttony unbutton me, but luckily I piece you up. Me it's all for the recognition. Caught up in the vibe. Too late for turning back on this attention. In my mentions, my ascension was a lie. Pleasure measuring my sanity, the vanity convinced me I'm a black star. But a brother barely getting by stakes up. Times two, cause I'm two timing. Suction of your perception can make the truth blinded. Pop serving timeouts when my mind's out. And she wondered why I'm so bad with the timing. Lost in the sauce, don't know what the cost is. Might be a life, man, ain't no telling. Daddy seeing bars and apple don't fall too far for the tree. But I ain't no felon what it feel like when your second chance to get it become real life. Women always see the difference, so they acting different now. They listen, can you tell me what it's that appeal like? Daddy issues leaving dads in the streets. I'm living 9 in the bed. Skip my last for the sheets. They miss a class for the bread. Find union praying on them like a million. Got the same street home right here, nothing underneath. And they leech till we dead, but we never see the blood of Christ. We let the ice around your neck and then my face change under pain when you hanging. Check reality, you ain't the only brother banging. A stroke of triggers, mine on the self-esteem, yours on another. Trying to chase when she escapes, but you embrace. I'm on pace to be another figure. Fighting for your life, I wish I died a little quicker. Thinking I might need to breathe in this coma. Sometimes I do go nuts from hitting these homers, relieving this stress, while learning about success. What you learn from your mistakes will really make you richer. Little richer with a slipping and sliding for long, tall selling, reserving in the fruit. They can do in your finale. Uncle ain't no father figure, is to get us in the alley. I couldn't be scaling mountains just to end up in the valley. Hitting the precious game of tennis like consistency. Lord, please take the wheel. I can never take the rally. Bottling your tears behind the field, being different. My brother, you gon' end up in the box, count tallies. That's days on days, bodies on bodies. Thanking you, Scotty, when you Manny Marco, enslaving souls while they trading yours for the capital. Better wise up on embargoes. Oh, here's got scrolls of the wisdom. Don't miss on the message, cause none of us promised tomorrow. That weight on your plane, are you going insane? Don't wanna be plain, but let go of that cargo. Lost in the sauce, don't know what the cost is. Might be a life, man, ain't no telling. Daddy seeing bars and apple don't fall too far from the tree. But I ain't no felon what it feel like when your second chance to get it become real life. Women always see the difference, so they acting different now. They listen, can you tell me what does that appeal like? Lost in the sauce, don't know what the cost is. Might be a life, man, ain't no telling. Daddy seeing bars and the apple don't fall too far from the tree. But I ain't no felon what it feel like when your second chance to get it become real life. Women always see the difference, so they acting different now. They listen, can you tell me what does that appeal like? One more time. Lost in the sauce, don't know what the cost is. Might be a life, man, ain't no telling. Daddy seeing bars and apple don't fall too far from the tree. But I ain't no felon what it feel like when your second chance to get it become real life. Women always see the difference, so they acting different now. They listen, can you tell me what does that appeal like?
Too little, too late, my brother says, damn, don't you remember a single thing you set up in the dark? Yeah, you're predicting your fate, doing things like that you can't remember. This is your chance to move on. I'm sitting in the past with a man that says, yes, I remember all the things you lived are not in vain, yeah. Those days are gone, but you're still here, so let's assemble the ungrateful dead and move on. Now the pain of your life is now over, and your demons have all gone to bed.
it's never too late to find out you're surely gonna need a vision. So hold tight, I'll lead you through the dark, oh yeah. Say here, keep focused and be yourself, cause you're a wizard. Just keep your eyes on the ball. So the pain in your life is now over, and your demons have all gone to bed. Now is my time to get over. Ain't nothing left, ain't nothing left. La la, la la, la la, la la.
Critican sin antes de conocer. Primero hay que ver, sean todos bienvenidos a la 13 pa' que vean que no es lo que dicen, porque juzgan y critican sin antes de conocer. Primero hay que ver, vengan, conozcan y sepan la verdad pa' que sepan de lo que hablan, porque nos juzgan. Esto tuvo un beneficio a nivel social, proyectos que impactaron a toda la humanidad.
Oh yeah?
Meine Guy.
That's how you feel? He said this, she said that. Did they tell you that nigga on this motherfucking shit? Tell niggas put a name on it next time. I don't do subliminals. Let me talk to him now. Big mouth nigga on the internet. See him in the streets, he ain't into that. Talking about dough with a cash at. Pull a kick dough with a bags at. Click clack nigga with a cash at. Fuck you Holmes with a stash at. Big boy flesh, you ain't did that. With a roller with a chain, where the rings at. Why these niggas always hate? Why these bitches always hate? I'm tryna get me a bag. All I wanted is paper. Why these niggas always hate? Why these bitches always hate? I'm tryna get me a bag. All I wanted is paper. Send a shot, put a name on it. Fuck you Holmes, put a name on it. Feel some way, put a name on it. Internet thug, put a name on it. Fuck you Holmes, put a name on it. Feel some way, put a name on it. Send a split shot, put a name on it. Internet thug, put a name on it. Flooded my watch, nigga, 30 my chain. Flooded my piece, nigga, 30 my ring. 30 my clip, nigga, 30 my aim. Drug me through mud, put dirt on my name. 5 for the walk through, 10 for the name. Pat came in, watch a nigga do it thing. I do not fuck with your people. We're not in the same lane. Cause I run up a check when I wanna. Fuck on your bit when I wanna. Stun on you niggas if I wanna. Run through a bag if I wanna. Run up a check when I wanna. Fuck on your bit when I wanna. Stun on you nigga if I wanna. Count up a bag if I wanna. Finish this shot, put a name on it. Fuck you Holmes, put a name on it. Feel some way, put a name on it. Internet thug, put a name on it. Fuck you Holmes, put a name on it. Feel some way, put a name on it. Finish this shot, put a name on it. Internet thug, put a name on it. 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 Put a name on it.
I think human consciousness is a tragic misstep in evolution. We became too self-aware.
A sort of
Nature.
human immortality will exist. Unfortunately, it'll be too late for you. You'll be dead.
I celebrate you just don't say. I celebrate you just don't say. Them bubble and bubble and bubble and bubble and bubble and bubble and wine. They bubble and bubble and bubble and bubble and bubble and bubble and wine. They come and rock a dance, them all have a good time. Yes, I'm feeling good and them are feeling so fine. We said them bubble and bubble and bubble and bubble and bubble and bubble and wine. Them all a bubble and bubble and bubble and bubble and bubble and bubble and wine. Bubble and bubble and bubble and bubble and bubble and bubble and wine. The feeling so good, we say the feeling so fine. Yes, sir. We see them skunking, the sound it out of ranking. Yes, them come and I gon' come and bring you back again. And nobody they come and say they not get no rest. We see them rock and say the sound they know without the best. Them all a bubble and bubble and bubble and bubble and bubble and bubble and wine. Yes, they come in on the dance, they come and have a good time. Yes, I feel so good, them all a feel so fine. Them all can reach up and they dance, them all a have a good time. Them pam bubble and bubble and bubble and bubble and bubble and bubble and wine. Them all a bubble and bubble and bubble and bubble and bubble and bubble and wine. Bubble and bubble and bubble and bubble and bubble and bubble and wine. Them all come bubble and bubble and bubble and bubble and bubble and bubble and wine. The sound wicked and wicked and wicked and wicked and wicked and wicked and fine. The people them fi come, them all a have a good time. Yes, sir. See and girl, them a gun skunk and a wine. Yes, them a gon' come, them a gun. Enough of them come and say, enough of them come and dance. Them all a have a good time and them jump and prance. Them a come and rock a what the big about the sound. Enough of them come and got and then a come and run. Them all a say the sound depend the talk of the town. Yes, them a gon' come, you sip and king and wear a crown. We say, yes, them come and I can rock it up with this. We see them a gon' come, them a gon' turn and twist. Yeah, for the watcher now. Original bad sound. Come bubble and bubble and come bubble and bubble and come bubble and bubble and bubble and bubble and bubble and bubble and wine. Innocent memory.
Innocent memories, come on in.
Representing for Siam Sound. Big up man like Chester, Azra. No competition, no match, none of them. Man, I'm on the rhythm I need. New breed, new style, next league. Now I'm my time, so now better try my time. I'm a technique. No competition, no match, none of them. When I'm on the rhythm I lead. New breed, new style, next league. Now I'm my time, so now better try this. Me, I'm a technique. You better stay far. Worries when me forward it's awkward. You shoulda never play war. Shoulda never play bad man. Got you into the only way you live is if it's God's plan. God, this is God's work. Rather taking them to church for their sins, I put them back in at the earth. Weeping off their soul so cold. My enemies, I'll be sending them back home. No competition, no match, none of them. When I'm on the rhythm, I ain't you better know. Breed new style, next league. Now I'm my time, so now better try test me. I'm a better try test. No competition, no match, none of them. When I'm on the rhythm, I ain't league. Breed new style, next league. Now I'm my time, so now better try test me. I'm a technique. You can't match this. No amount of practice could prepare for the way you me attack this. Me too savage, advanced in style and knowledge. So anytime me come now we can't manage. So you better back up. You saw me get locked. Stay far from the ride. Anytime the vibes pop up. Can me not take back no words, none at all. Any sound rise up, simply them a fall. Rather Shafiq said that. No competition. You better know. No competition, no match, none of them. When I'm on the rhythm I need. New style, next league. Now I'm my time, so now better try this. Me, I'm a no
Ga gave them to his son through the inspirations of his Imperial Majesty Selassie. Alright.
Remember me tell you say no boy can this man, you know. Me run the east, the west, the north, the south, south. Me run the east, the west, the north, the south, south. Me run the east, the west, the north, the south, south. Me run the east, the west, the north, the south. You see the war get hot and try crawling up, you know. Trust me. Pussy, make sure if you diss me, you not miss me, you know. Turn your life in a fucking mystery. On to some of them boy there. Yeah.
Why are you shooting?
Me run the east, the west, the north, the south. You see the war get hot and try crawling up. Me run the east, the west, the north, the south. We not take shot, we not take chalking up. Me run the east, the west, the north, the south. You see the war get hot and try crawling up. Kickstart the war, them can't start it up. Your last party be killing and your hands here. About driller, I'm here do the drilling. About killer, I'm here do the killing. I rock, get the rifle, them shipping. So right now he's a dead man living. Bust off me gun, we not deal with chinging. Informer, them boy, they love singing. Hey, get bust left your eyeballs swinging. Boy, get copper like blood clot chilling. About driller, I'm here do the drilling. About killer, I'm here do the killing. I rock, get the rifle, them shipping. So right now he's a dead man living. Bust off me gun, we not deal with chinging. Informer, them boy, they love singing. Hey, get bust left your eyeballs swinging. Boy, get copper like blood clot chilling. Me run the east, the west, the north, the south. You see the war get hot and try crawling up. Me run the east, the west, the north, the south. We not take shot, we not take chalking up. Me run the east, the west, the north, the south. You see the war get hot and try crawling up. Kickstart the war, them can't start it up. Your last party be killing and your hands for you. Me and the shooter went and the shotting start. Me get rifle from Afghanistan and grenade them straight from Pakistan. Bust me gun, me not fight like cat and dog. Hey boy, you dead like cat and dog. Big 4-5 bust left shot in hand. Them boy you come and run the rapid sound. Them boy them just don't. Me man with.
I feel alone, feel at home, feel like nothing is
scene. Anybody in the scene, they can own a track down like this.
When it's up in the mood. Every line that I write on the wax getting shine when it's up in the mood. Every line that I write on the wax getting shine when it's up in the mood. Every line that I write on the wax getting shine when it's up in the mood. Every line that I write on the wax getting shine when it's up in the mood. Every line that I write on the wax getting shine when it's up in the mood. Every line that I write on the wax getting shine when it's up in the mood. Every line that I write on the wax getting shine when it's up in the mood. Every line that I write on the wax getting shine when it's up in the mood. Every line that I write on the wax.
Taste what a bit too sweet. All my life. Let me face my fears. Oh, let me face my fears. I'm almost here. Watch me cry all my tears. Blues don't have nothing to space. This is what I choose. A mile, could you walk in my shoes? All your life. Let me face my fears. Oh, let me face my fears. Won't be long, I'm almost here. Watch me cry all my tears. Wangaya, 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 wangaya. Wangaya, 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 wangaya.
And thousands of great performances. Good day, everyone. We are here on West Washington Street in Athens, GA. And here beside me is the historic Morton Theater, the house that Pink built, that's hosted thousands and thousands of great performances. And we are together today to celebrate so many performers of Athens who are being recognized as the inaugural class of the Athens Music Walk of Fame. So in just a few moments, we are going to see the first one of the plates that's been laid, celebrating Pylon. And so we offer great gratitude to Michael Lahusky, to Curtis Crow, to Vanessa Hay, and to the late Randy Bewley, who sadly joins so many artists who've passed from our midst, including Vic Chestnut, including members of Widespread Panic, Michael Hauser and Todd Nance, including Neil Patman, And we are grateful to them and other recipients, including the B-52s, Danger Mouse, Drive-By Truckers, the Elephant Six Recording Company, Hall Johnson, REM. All of these artists will be celebrated here on West Washington Street, on Lumpkin Street, and on West Clayton Street. And so now let's see the very first one of these. So the plaque to pylon makes me think of all the elements of our lives that have been enriched by these artists and their work. They've stimulated our minds, they've touched our souls, and they've made our rear ends move. And we can't thank all of these artists enough, and we can't thank you enough for having supported them and supported this great community for so many years. In a very special community conversation today, we're going to be joined by two of these artists, Michael Stipe from REM and Patterson Hood from Drive-By Truckers. I hope you enjoy. Welcome, everyone. This is a special edition of Community Conversation with Athens Clarke County Mayor Kelly Girtz, and I am blessed and fortunate to be here today with my good friend Patterson Hood, who is joining us from across the land. Welcome, Patterson.
Hey, great to see you. Great to talk to you.
It's good to have you here. Just want to begin saying congratulations at being a member of the Drive-By Truckers, who are one of the inaugural class of the Athens Music Walk of Fame that is going to be installed the first 2 weeks of September in the sidewalk between the 40 Watt, the Morton Theater, and the Georgia Theater. So wow. You have arrived.
I almost teared up when I heard about it. I can't even begin to say how honored I feel about that. You know, when I moved to Athens in 1994, I didn't know a soul. I didn't know. I knew the one person I knew in town was my roommate who moved there with me, and he knew one person, and that's it. And you know, but the first couple of months I lived there, I made this cassette of, I called it Murdering Oscar and Other Love Songs, of the songs that I wrote the first couple of months I lived there, recorded it on my boombox in my bedroom on Ruth Street, the house we were renting on Ruth Street. And whenever I would meet somebody, I would just give them my cassette. Oh, this is the music I do. And I'd give them my cassette of that record, of that cassette. And that was it. I mean, that was all I had. I didn't have a band. I didn't have anything, no gigs. And so, you know, in Athens, to say Athens was good to me would be the biggest understatement in the world. I kind of feel like my life really began, you know, a week after my 30th birthday when I moved to Athens.
That very much reflects what it was like for me. I felt like I grew into adulthood when I got to Athens. Yeah. I probably arrived a year and a half after you did. And of course, the Ruth Street of 1994 was not the Ruth Street of today. The sorority girls had yet to arrive up the hill there.
There were no sorority girls on Ruth Street when I was there. And but I loved it. I loved that house. That was a special. I was only in that house about a little over a year, but that was a very special place and time for me. You know, I could walk downtown, and back then, the original Jittery Joe's opened. You know, just up the street from 40 Watt about a month after I got there, maybe the month I got there, and they were open 24 hours back then. So I would walk to shows at the 40 Watt, and then when they closed, I'd go hang out at Jittery Joe's. I was a total night owl, and I'd hang out there till 4 a.m, hanging out with Deanna Mann, who was literally the first person I met here in town. And I think Jim Willingham was the second person I met in town, and I met both of them there, and you know, and just started this new life, and it was so magical. I can't even, you know, I still just get emotional thinking about that whole period of my life.
So, did you pick Athens out of a hat? Had Adam's House Cat ever played in Athens?
Nope. We couldn't get a gig there, and we never played in the state of Georgia. And so it was, I had literally been to Athens one time before I moved there. And that was about a month and a half before I moved there, I had a girlfriend who you might remember Donna Jane, but we ended up married for a while. But I had a girlfriend, and she lived in she was staying with her parents in Stone Mountain, and so the original plan is I was going to move to Atlanta, and she and I and her friend Brandon, who is like a childhood friend of hers, were going to get a place together in Atlanta. And right as they were looking for a place there, Brandon got offered a job running a really terrible Cajun restaurant in Athens called Cafe Orleans. It didn't last long. It was in that old log cabin that I think burned down next to Loco's, just off Baxter. And he got offered a job, and they had 2 openings. And he called me. It's like I can get you that other opening. You want us to move to Athens? I was like, sure, why not? That's close to Atlanta. You know, I'll go there for a little while, and then it'll be easier to move to Atlanta from there. And then once I got to Athens, there was never any more talk about Atlanta. I fell madly in love with it. But
a job and a roommate.
Over, yeah. Brandon and Donna Jane and I drove over one night in February, right before all that, to see Counting Crows opening for Cracker at the 40 Watt. And I'd never set foot in Athens before. I'd always heard about it, you know, huge REM fan from early and Pylon fan. I was a fan, widespread, a fan of all this different Athens music, but I'd never actually been there. And I just remember walking around that afternoon just kind of like, God, this is the coolest town I've ever been to. And it's like a small town, and yet it's got all the cool stuff that I would move to a city for. And we didn't have tickets to the show. It was sold out. But so we just stood in the doorway at the 40 Watt. And then after a little while, the door guy, who I'm pretty sure was Craig Liskey in retrospect, realized that we were kind of cool. We were okay people. We weren't, you know, we weren't going to cause any trouble. And they just let us in. And so we saw the show. It was incredible. And the first time I ever went to the 40 Watt.
And just to hear you describe your fandom of Pylon and REM and Widespread and thinking about the musical work that Craig did, one of the things that struck me when I arrived in Athens, I'm curious about your take, is that there was this, you know, small C Catholicism, like everybody was into everybody else's stuff, whether you were a folk picker, you were into the freak out bands, or if you were a jam band person, you know, you also really understood the E6 stuff that was going on. I mean, there didn't seem to be boundaries. And I thought that was so cool compared to these, you know, these scenes that have their little mini scenes amidst them. There didn't seem to be any of that thing going on.
That's definitely one of the strengths of Athens scene, I think. And, you know, my first gig was probably May or June of that year, maybe June. Played at Real Arrows, opening for this brand new band that had just moved to town called The Possibility. And
little would you know,
at first sight. Oh, I know. I mean, that
steal a couple members from that guy.
I was like, man, that's the greatest band. You know, that's the greatest band ever. And just fell madly in love with them. And I remember Dave Marr, who I didn't know, got up and did a couple songs with them that night. And that whole thing just, I still think about those barbecue beef burritos at Real Arrows. And I guess Preston Beam was the guy who booked the show for me and was kind of managing it there. And
so you just played solo?
I played solo with my friend Brandon accompanying me on guitar. He's a pretty solid guitar player, and he was accompanying me for that. And then I played at Pepino's, which was a terrible gig. And because you're in the middle of the song, and all of a sudden, number 44, here's pepperoni, extra sauce, you know, and on the loudspeakers. Terrible gig. And, you know, just kept slugging away at it. And then about a year, it was August of 95, I started working at the hi-hat. And that's when things really started accelerating for me. I had that job running sound, and all of a sudden I started just meeting all these musicians left and right. And I met William Tonks and Barry Sell and Kelly Hogan.
I remember an incredible Kelly Hogan show in that space.
Oh my God! I probably ran sound for that. It was incredible. And those hot burrito nights every Tuesday night when they'd have special guests and they would Ann Richmond Boston and Amy Pike and just all these amazing artists. And I was in heaven running sound. And then the Possibilities around that time asked me if I'd like to do a side project idea they had where basically they would be my backing band. And we called it the Lot Lizards, and we played the hi-hat a few times, and we played the Star Bar once, which was my first time ever playing the Star Bar. And then about the time that ended was when I was starting the Drive-By Truckers, and Matt, who's Matt Lane from the Possibilities, did double duty, and he played with both bands for a while until the Possibilities got too busy, and he kind of had to pick and choose. And of course, they were family. So and that's when Brad started playing with us. And God, that's so long ago, and yet when I talk about it, it feels like yesterday.
How'd you meet Brad?
Let's see, doing sound at the hi-hat. And he was playing, I think the first time I ever met him, he was doing a thing with Kevin Lane from the Possibilities and Philip McCardle, who was in the Starling Boys, and they were doing a Everly Brothers tribute where they would, and they did it one time, just the two of them, and then they did it a second time at the hi-hat with the rhythm section, and Brad was the drummer. And I was like, oh man, he's my kind of drummer. I love the way he plays. And I kept having, the Possibilities played pretty regularly. And so sometimes we'd have gigs and Matt just wouldn't be available. And Brad did one with us, and he told me that night, it's like anytime, any place. You call me anytime, any place. And I think on one of our albums before he was in the band, it had him like as a thank you. It said, Brad Morgan, anytime, any place, And then around the time we finished making Pizza Deliverance, our second album, the Possibilities got an offer to tour backing up Jack Logan, and they were, of course, huge fans. We all were. And, that was a great opportunity for them. And so it became necessary for us just to find our permanent guy, and Brad was it. And,
Yeah, in the same way that people talk about like Mick and Keith and Charlie being sort of the irreducible core of the Stones, I always think, you, Cooley, and Brad are like the center of the earth of the Truckers. Even though he wasn't there at the beginning. Brad's been, he's been full time in the band for, over 21 years, and he played probably half the shows we played for at least a year or so before that. And of course, Jay's been with us now for, he's been with us since the beginning of 2008. And another former Possibility?
Former Possibility. They were already three by the time he started playing with us. But he's been with us for, 12, 13 years now. And then our new guy's been with us 8 years now. So, we've kind of stabilized a lot now. But
I think everybody recognizes the strength of this lineup, just as such a solid and nimble group. It seems like you can throw anything at those guys.
Magical. So, and the personal dynamic is really, really strong. It's real good.
Yeah, I met Jay when he and I were both delivering pizza out of the Pizza Hut in 5 Points, and he was in that band Love Apple at the time. It was mid-'90s, and just thought, man, what a sweet guy, what a great individual, and like so many people, moved to Athens by the magnetism of the scene, with the whole band, like 5/8 had done before. You've written a lot about the South, and it's been a through line in your work. And I think what people have appreciated in your writing about this is that you write about all the layers and the threads of the South. the good, the bad, the ugly, sometimes all three at once.
Right.
Athens, has this unique artistic culture. I think a lot of people who've either come here for art school at the university, to attend college generally, or who've come for the artistic scene, have found their people here. But Athens is still in the South. When you think about sort of a mid-sized southern city, the Athens that is, how do you relate it to the rest of the South? Or maybe how do you distinguish it from some other pieces of the South?
I mean, Athens is the sweet spot to me for the South, period. Besides thinking it's I think it's the greatest city of its size anywhere probably on the planet, and certainly in the United States. And I've been to a lot of cities. I've been all over the country, and I've never seen a town that's got what Athens has so much of, in such a small package. And it's super special. And and it's the art scene, the progressiveness of it, just the community of it, and really kind of every level, every layer of it. And it's something really special. When I moved here, and I'd meet new people here and who had never been to Athens, and they would realize I was from the South. They'd go, "Oh, I bet it's all kinds of culture shock." And it's like, no, it's really not. It's like culture shock was when I moved from Alabama to Athens. That was culture shock. That was
there wasn't a Deanna Man in northern Alabama.
I mean, not quite. I mean, my hometown has its share of really cool, quirky, wonderfully weird artistic people for sure. Absolutely. But there's not a Deanna Man anywhere. And, but there wasn't a scene to attach all that to. They were just kind of floating around in the periphery, or you would kind of know them, but there wasn't there wasn't a scene. There was, my hometown has this infamous music history, but it was never based on a live music scene. It was based on, or it was a recording thing, which could only have happened in that moment in time when it did happen in the 60s and 70s. Now there's a little bit of a live scene, although there's no great venues or anything. And to have for your scene to really blossom, you need a 40 watt and you need a Caledonia. You need both of those things. You need those ingredients, those size venues, and, not any slur to the Georgia Theater, because that's a wonderful, wonderful venue and a great thing to have too. But a band to make it, I guess the rooftop at the Georgia Theater kind of comes closer to filling the role I'm talking about, because that is a place for people who can't pull 1,000 people can play and it be a gig. And you've got to have those size gigs to nourish a scene and for it to blossom. And that's part of the potential tragedy of what's going on right now, is because the clubs that are going to be hit the hardest and are in the most danger are those Caledonia sized rooms and in 40 watt size rooms. I mean, they are all endangered, and they
don't have Live Nation money behind them.
Right. And, and so that really terrifies me right now for the immediate future of where we're at right now. Because if they go under across the board, I mean, it's going to destroy a vast percentage of the music scene, because there'll be nowhere to play.
I was thinking about, comparative to any of the other places that I've lived, even for brief stretches, Austin, Texas, Minneapolis, Norfolk, where I grew up, Athens just has this cluster of places to play, all within walking distance. Even though there are great places in Minneapolis and great places in Norfolk and great places in Austin, you got to get in your car or take a ride share from spot to spot. I mean, what makes a festival like AthFest work for me is that, God, like on my 2 feet, I can get around to a dozen or 15 stages within that many minutes.
Yeah, I love that. And I miss that living here. I mean, there's a lot I miss. I miss my friends. I miss all of y'all. I miss, I miss the Manhattan. I miss the 40 watt. I miss everything. And of course, I'd be missing that right now anyway. But I do. I seriously, I never underestimate just how special and how unique all those things are. And it's great, and funny because Portland's not a late night town, and I am, even as an old man with kids, I'm still kind of a late night guy. I like to, if I go out, I want to go out after the kids are in bed and go out and do something and go see a band at 10:30 at night. And at 10:30 at night, they are rolling up the sidewalks around here. It is not a late night town at all here, and that's been weird to get used to.
Yes, I think now compared to the mid '90s, Athens is less a late night town. You have fewer bands that go on at 12:30 than you had in 1996. Right. More that are going on at 10:30. I think that might be the shift in the country.
It's 8 here. They go on at 8 here. I mean, it's like sometimes
like
the headliner's on at 8. I mean, yeah, it is, and it's a different scene. It's a good scene. There's a lot of really great players and great bands here, and there's some great venues. There's particularly some really good smaller theater venues that get cool shows. That's kind of a theater that probably is the size of 40 watt, but it's actually a theater configuration. There's a lot of shows that I go to in places like that are cool. But
that's great.
It'd be like if the Morton did more rock shows, I guess, or type things. But
yeah, I've always thought of it as a great perspective sort of live music room. I saw Robin Hitchcock there once. That was a great show, Morton. Yeah, and of course, every time I'm in that room, I think, I can't believe Louis Armstrong breathed the air in this space.
Wow,
it blows me away. So there were people who welcomed you when you came to town, said, hey, we would love to have you be part of our band or work with you, kind of brought you into the scene. Was there a point where you recognized you had turned the corner from being the new guy in town to being the person who was welcoming other younger musicians into the fold?
It happened so gradually. I don't know if it dawned on me until probably long after the fact. I mean, and also when the band, when we put out Pizza Deliverance, which was our second record, it came out in, I think, May of '99. We all quit our jobs and just hit the road. And for the next better part of decade, I was gone all the time. And I was gone, we were playing 200 to 250 shows a year for a while there. Then we started having kids, that kind of slowed down. So, by the time it kind of dawned on me that we were sort of, a pretty established band, we were also a little bit of a band of outsiders to a lot of people because, we weren't as entrenched in the local part of the scene as so many bands were because we were touring.
Road dogs.
Touring, Yeah, total road dogs. And, which was important for what we felt like we had to do. And, it's real easy in Athens to get it's real easy in Athens to say, I don't really, why put myself through this? Why live out of a van and sleep on people's floors when I can just write songs, make records in my basement and play, 4 times a year in Athens and maybe pick up an occasional gig somewhere else and, find a job that isn't too crappy and have a life when I'm still get to be an artist and I don't have to subject myself to that. But, I think because of everything that I'd gone through before I even moved here, because I'd been 10 years in failing bands. And so I think once we had a band that seemed like it had a potential to get a little momentum, I was kind of like a driven madman to see how far we could take it, and so that was it. So it always kind of was a little different thing with us like that. But it's and sometimes I've questioned it because I'm like, God, I know people who are they have these fulfilled lives doing that, and they get to sleep in their own bed and be around more for their kids growing up. Although I'm around for my kids a lot growing up.
Yeah, you guys have changed your touring patterns a lot over the years. No longer those 8-week, 10-week stretches, it seems.
No, not at all. And by the time we started having kids, we were fortunate enough that the band was doing well enough to where we were able to. It took a long time, and it was definitely a process and a transition of doing that. But we were able to start working towards a more sustainable pace, and particularly the last decade and a half, we've been able to find a balance that works where we're able to keep our families and pretty stable and pretty healthy, and still maintain our careers and our jobs.
Mm-hmm. So just a couple more questions, Patterson. Certainly one of the great areas of support that you've contributed to is support for Nucci's Space here in Athens. Could you talk a little bit about what drew you to Nucci's mission?
Yes. Besides my own bouts with depression, which, has been, definitely part of my life, most of my life, there's, I've lost so many loved ones to suicide. When I first heard what they were trying to do, I couldn't quite wrap my head around what it was they were trying to do, but I thought it was a noble idea, and I wanted to help in any way I could. And so, we did our first fundraiser for Nucci's Space before they even opened the doors to the actual building. And I think it was the summer of 2000. And by 2001, had already kind of entrenched this, that we're going to, do this thing every year. And of course, 2001 was, when Southern Rock Opera came out, and our band's, things started growing by a faster rate. And, the first time we ever played Southern Rock Opera in its entirety in Athens was at Nucci's Space, and when it was a brand new building. And
I remember seeing you do it at Tasty World really early on.
Yep, super early. And then not long after that, I started dating Rebecca, and who's been my wife now for over 16 years. But we started dating in the fall of 2001. And, her previous boyfriend of hers had committed suicide, and she was had become very close to Linda in that process, and Bob also in that process of her grieving and trying to, find some balance in her life and deal with all that she was going through. And so, that kind of joined in with the mission in my head too, because it was kind of an early thing that was a part of our beginnings of our relationship. I remember that time we played at Nucci's Space playing Southern Rock Opera. Rebecca was one of the people there, and she came and bought it from me, which I think she'll probably, you remember I paid for my copy.
That's great. And she would pay and pay and pay, right?
Yeah, it's like, you thought you paid. You hadn't begun to pay yet, darling. But Nucci's Space has been part of our life. We were on the board for, I don't know if it was 7 or 8 years. Rebecca was, she was the secretary, and then she was the vice president, and then she was the president of the board for, I want to say, like 3 years. And, you know, we were extremely involved, and we're still involved. You know, I'm not a member of the board anymore, and I'm not able to be hands-on like a daily or monthly basis, but we still, you know, it's still a big part of what we do every year for our homecoming. And then our fans, you know, the Heathens, bless their hearts, you know, they kind of adopted it and made it their own. And I think they kind of set this goal of basically showing us up and saying like, well, you know, we're going to raise more money than the band does, you know. And so it got to where we would raise this much, and then they would raise this much every year, and really, really beautiful. And
nothing makes me happier than being at your homecoming shows and talking to people about new cheese. You know, and usually I'll gravitate to people who I have not seen in the 40 Watt before, and there'll be somebody from San Francisco one year and Chicago the next, and the UK the one after that. It's just amazing. Yeah, you know, we're racking our brains trying to figure out, you know, an alternate game plan for this coming February, because we don't know. You know, I don't know what the immediate future is gonna hold as far as fitting, you know, a bunch of people into a room yet, and safely. And so vote November.
You know,
Vote in November.
You know, yes, you better believe it. And so we're gonna, you know, we're working on an alternate plan so that we can still have some kind of a homecoming, even if it's more of a filmed event and some kind of online fundraiser thing or something. But you know, we want to still keep that going through all of this, even if you know, it has to be adjusted for a year before we can come back full. I don't know yet. You know, I'm trying to be optimistic, but I'm also trying to be realistic. And so we're already trying to give it a lot of thought as to what something like that would look like and what options would be to make it as special and as big an event as we can while keeping everybody safe.
Well, we look forward to the actual event when it can happen again.
Yes.
The virtual one, we're going to be very happy with to tide us over. So final thing, Patterson, if you had to choose a couple of moments that for you crystallize the beauty of the Athens musical experience, one from your vantage point as a performer and then one as an audience member, are there a couple that stick out, one from each perspective?
Oh man, God, I mean, so many, you know. I mean, I saw REM play in a bowling alley once, you know, and I did sound at the hi-hat the night that Brute played, which was Widespread Panic backing up Vic Chestnut.
Mm-hmm.
And I saw Widespread Panic with Vic Chestnut covering Olivia Newton-John's Have You Never Been Mellow? And it was the last song of the show, and Vic Chestnut was singing it. He was so fired up that I swear he was just levitating. I swear he was just like, it was as if he was just, it was levitating over the stage. It was a really special night, but there's so many, you know. The first time I ever saw Vic play at the 40 Watt was one of the most amazing nights of my life. Seeing Patti Smith at the 40 Watt, seeing Fugazi at the 40 Watt, and Flaming Lips on the Soft Bulletin tour at the 40 Watt, which I also was running monitors
Great
for.
Show.
And God, it was so good. And you know, and of course, all the various homecomings for us. Seeing the Glands at the Georgia Theater the night the theater reopened was absolutely, I'll start crying talking about it. You know, one of the most special rock show nights of my life. And we had played a couple of nights earlier in my hometown. The Truckers had played a festival in Florence, and so I I got up the morning of, it was, I guess, August 1st, wasn't it? And drove back to Athens. And I know there was some talk of, I guess the theater had to pass a final inspection before they could open that night. And there was some sweating as to whether everything was going to be okay. And I remember getting the phone call, and we were about an hour outside of Atlanta, and we got the call from, I guess Rick Poss called or something, saying, it's on. and so we drove in and parked the car, ran to the Manhattan, had a few drinks, and we're there, to reopen the theater. And then about a week after that, the Truckers did a 2-night stand there as part of the grand opening with Centromatic. And that was a really, that was probably one of my favorite on-stage experiences ever.
Yeah, the great Centromatic, who played at the theater on their very last tour, which was a great show as well. Well, Patterson, you talked a little bit about your work with Nucci's, and I just want to close letting you know, like I'm going to let everybody know who I'm having conversations with in the series, that you have to walk around holding in your heart that your creative contributions really feed our humanity and keep us stable. And it's especially important right now when so many people are challenged and struggling. Can't thank you enough for doing what you do. I was just listening to the recent record this weekend while I was walking around my yard with my beverage and thinking, I'm glad I'm on the planet when you are.
Man, well, thank you, and thanks for all you're doing. It's like, God, that's, I tell people here, it's like, Athens, Georgia has the most progressive city government in the United States, period, and it's just, it's incredible watching y'all and what all y'all are doing, and Mariah and everybody. And it's just amazing. And I'm so proud of y'all and what you're doing, and under these horrific conditions, what you've been trying to do, and stand up for our town, stand up for the well-being of our town. And I love that you've done that so eloquently and fearlessly. And if there's ever anything I can ever do for anybody there, I'm all in, because Athens is still my home. It's my hometown. And, I've loved living in the Northwest. I've loved living in a bigger city, and there's been some really special things that have, happened to me that I've been able to do by being out here. And, but Athens is home. More than my hometown, or more than where I grew up or anything. And our bands will always be based in Athens. And so, and my dream is to someday have me a place there and get to kind of divide my time better is the long-term dream. And we'll see, right now there's no guarantee that we're going to survive all this.
We are going to make it. We are going to make
one
it.
Home. but we're doing our best, and we're hanging in there. And so thank you for all you're doing.
Well, my love to Rebecca and your family, and to you. Hang in there yourself. I look forward to seeing you soon.
All right. Thank you. See you as soon as we can get home.
Looking forward to it.
Thank you a ton, Michael, for spending some time with me this afternoon. I'm really excited to welcome you as part of the first class to the Athens Music Walk of Fame, along with Pylon and the B-52s and Neil Patman and Vic Chestnut and the Elephant Six Collective and so many other great local artists. We really appreciate all the work that you've given. I think especially right now, I know I'm so happy that the work that you've done exists and the work that other artists have done is in the world, because I think it's what a lot of people are hanging on to. So I appreciate that dearly. I want to begin, Michael, just asking you about your initial impressions of Athens. So I think you were still a teenager when you arrived. And I worked with folks in their late teens and early 20s for a long time. And I think about just what a wild time that is in human experience. You're figuring yourself out. You're figuring the world out. You're figuring out, what am I about? How do I project myself? How did all that fit into Athens? And what did you think of this small southern town when you landed here?
I was not delighted by Athens initially. I came from a much more urban area outside of East St. Louis, where I went to high school. My father retired from the military, and he and my mother moved to Athens because my uncle, my mother's brother, had gone to college here and was involved in the civil rights movement on campus. And Athens, being in Georgia, was close to where my grandparents, my surviving grandparents, were living and had retired. And so my mother and father wanted to be near them. So they floated, a carrot for us to come. And I said, no, I'm going to stay here. I was living with a punk rock band. This is 1978, I guess. I was living with a punk rock band in a place called Granite City, outside of East St. Louis. We had no money. We ate spaghetti with butter. We cut each other's hair. We all had terrible haircuts and made terrible music. But for me, it was this. I was living like the punk rock dream, or some idea of it. Right? I'd never been at that point to New York or Los Angeles or London, any of the centers of punk rock. And so when I ran out of money and became quite desperate, I came to Athens, and it just felt like a cow town. To me, it was really slow. I didn't know a single person here. The only thing I knew about it seemed very kind of granola hippie, beige, super slow, just nothing happening. And so I
remember the 70s being all beige.
Yeah. I mean, there was a restaurant downtown that I know Jim Herbert and a lot of people from the art school would eat at, and they were famous for every single item on the plate that they served for lunch being beige. Everything you could eat there was just beige. And so anyway, I was not very thrilled with Athens, and I wasn't thrilled with it for the first year or so that I lived here. But then, of course, I stumbled into the DeFi girls, which were Linda Hopper and Sandy Lee Phipps and Carol Levy, and a gang of nascent, I guess might be the word, punk rockers, who were forging their own path. And I fell into that group of people and realized that there was a scene happening in Athens. That's around the time I first met Jeremy Ayers. And
rest in peace.
Yeah, God bless him, and his influence on all of us, myself certainly. But so I wasn't thrilled with Athens, but I actually, when I found that group of people, I felt like I had
your people.
Yeah, I had a community suddenly, and it was a community that I was younger than everyone pretty much, but I was happy to be the young punk rocker that fell into that group. And that was, I guess, right around the time that the B-52s put out their first album, and Pylon were starting, and the Method Actors were starting, and maybe the Side Effects, I'm not sure. But it was an exciting moment. There were maybe 50 people in the whole scene at that point, but it was exciting.
Yeah, the scale is one of the things that has always struck me about Athens relative to other places that have become known as a scene. I mean, I think if you're in Haight-Ashbury in 1968, or if you're on the Bowery in 1978, if you take a 90-minute walk from either of those places, you're just in more urban fabric. I mean, from the Bowery, if I'm really hoofing it, maybe I get to Harlem or Brooklyn in 90 minutes. If you take a 90-minute walk straight in a line out of Athens up North Avenue and Nowhere Road, there are more cattle than people. Having been obviously in a lot of other scenes around the globe, how do you reflect now on the sort of tightness of the Athens artistic scene that was really emergent there in the late 70s and early 80s?
The B-52s really laid the template for what Athens could become, and because there were no bars that any of us were comfortable going to. I was too young anyway, but because there were no bars, because there were no places to hang out, there were no restaurants that anyone could afford. There was nothing to do. There were house parties, and so people would gather at each other's houses and drink and flirt and pair off and go have sex and start bands and write songs and then break up and then continue writing songs or start a new band. And that's kind of the way it went, It became.
And the first REM gig was famously at one of those house parties.
Exactly. Yeah. It was a birthday party for Kathleen O'Brien and at the old church there. What a dump that place was. My God. It was, it's remarkable that it didn't fall on our heads.
So were people just like living in the auditorium space?
The front of the church had been divided up into an apartment. But if you crawled through a closet in one of the back bedrooms on the ground floor, I lived upstairs. Peter Buck lived across the hall from me. Bill Berry lived downstairs. You could go into Bill's room. You could go into his closet, get down on your hands and knees, and you could crawl through a hole, literally a hole in the side of the closet, and it would open up into the back of the church. And there was the remains of the pulpit and the stage where, which was the front of the church.
But like a punk rock lion, witch, and wardrobe.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it was nuts. And I don't know how many people that night came through that hole in that closet. A couple of people. I know that at some point I had stilts, and you could get up through the window in the back of the church from the stilts. But most of those people crawled through that. It was a total fire trap. It was just unbelievable that. And apparently there were bodies buried underneath the floor. I mean, the whole thing was really pretty tawdry. But it was perfect for that moment. It was perfect for REM. It was perfect for our introduction to and everybody was supportive. Everybody became really excited that there was a new group to go kind of get excited about, and so there we were.
One of the things I've always loved about Athens' musical scene relative to some others is that so when I arrived in the mid-90s, came for graduate school, it didn't seem provincial here. It seemed like everybody was into everybody else's thing, whether somebody played folk music or somebody else did freak out stuff, or there was, the kind of widespread hippie jam band scene. It seemed like everybody wanted to listen to everybody else's stuff. And that always impressed me about Athens.
Yeah, there was always, I've found, anyway, having been based here for 40 years, I've found that people are incredibly supportive, not just of music, but of all the different mediums, all the ways that people create and throw it out into the community. Athens has always been very, very supportive of that. It also, I said earlier that the B-52s were the template. Well, they were for our generation, but there was a rich history in Athens as a university town of exactly the kind of thing that my uncle, as a college student, was involved in the civil rights movement. He then went on to become involved in Disability Act, which the genesis for the national rollout of that was in Georgia, to my understanding. And so there was an activism, there was a rich hippie culture, there was a rich, I think, gay culture here that the B-52s kind of came through that, and culture of protest. And Athens is, as we all know, a bit of a liberal island in what the face of it, and I don't quite believe this, I never really have, but on the face of it is a somewhat not liberal state. I actually think a lot of people...
We're hoping to turn that.
Say what?
We're hoping to turn that.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of gerrymandering. It's actually the last substantive conversation I had with Bill Clinton. We were talking about gerrymandering in Georgia. And I said it's the worst in the nation, and it has been for decades. And he said, you're absolutely correct. And you're the first person who's not a political analyst to ever say that to me. But Georgia is insanely divided up and gerrymandered. And that's why it's been a red state for as long as it has.
Well, I think about this as somebody who taught Georgia history to eighth graders for a while. I mean, the way that you perceive time when you're 20 or 30 is differently than the way that, I mean, at 50, I perceive time. There's this sort of weird compression and sort of accordion style thing that happens. And, preparing for this conversation, it occurred to me that it was less than 10 years between the time that high schools integrated in Athens and the time REM began.
Wow.
And, and I wonder for you to reflect on that time. I mean, were you conscious that even though we've got this very supportive scene, that, the broader outlying area, might not be queer friendly, distinctly isn't Black friendly?
I did not. That's an insane. I didn't realize that it was that close to my coming here. That the schools were integrated. That's wild. It's so funny because actually, going back to an earlier point, that when I first met Jeremy Ayers, he was at the Dunkin' Donuts there at the corner of
Millage,
Prince Avenue and Millage, right? It was open 24 hours, so it was one of the places you could go if you were a night owl. So I worked at a really, really crappy steak restaurant. And my friends, I didn't have many friends at that point, but my friends were the guys that worked in the back kitchen. I was a cook up front, and they were both Black, and they were both bodybuilders actually, so they were really jacked. And we would go out and hang out after work. Well, I was flanked by these two insanely beautiful.
Michael's already got security, and he's still working in the steak restaurant.
They were boxers. They had these incredibly beautiful smiles and really like jacked bodies. And that's when Jeremy first saw me. That's what I look like. He was like, "Who are those people? I want to know them." And that's part of how I kind of integrated into the punk rock scene, as it were. Which, actually, to be completely honest and frank about it, was always quite white. I mean. Even here, it was predominantly young white people that were interested in that part of the music scene.
And it does seem it really has been maybe the last 10, 15 years that the local hip hop scene has become more fertile. World Famous. When we could gather in indoor spaces, World Famous was doing regular hip hop nights that were great. I mean, I would sometimes get out of a meeting here in City Hall and head over there to listen to what was happening. So much talent here right now. It's amazing.
It had to happen, and it had to happen here. I've always maintained that the musical form that followed punk rock, and punk rock became new wave and no wave and all the and it became much more kind of mainstream. But the musical form that followed punk rock and had that same outsider. And really, like, shockingly, like, bringing things in from places that people did not recognize and did not know personally was, of course, rap and hip hop, mostly coming out of New York in the very beginning. But those were two scenes that were completely integrated and taking notes from each other through disco. I think disco was definitely a part of the bridge between punk and rap, and then of course hip hop.
Yeah, and I love thinking about those musicians that seem like they're at the crossroads, where they, equally had a disco element and then this sort of punk rock influence, or those kind of krautrock groups.
I'm so excited about where all of that has come after these 40 years, these 30 or 40 years, to this post hip hop thing, which is really production driven and really about sampling. But it has brought, through people like Q-Tip and Tribe Called Quest, has brought who introduced Joni Mitchell to New York hip hop. People are like, "What? Excuse me? It's James Brown." And he's like, "No. Check this out. Check out the hissing of summer lawns."
Yeah,
and
a great record.
And so, from a production perspective, we wind up now with Billie Eilish on the one hand and Beyonce on the other. Production wise, not that different, and definitely post. It's come out of punk rock. It came through rap into hip hop, and now we're in this kind of post hip hop pop thing that's truly, for me, exciting. And we're including Justin Bieber and Arca, if you want to be that disparate, and Childish Gambino. These are all coming from this place that really was brought together by in the 70s punk rock and in the 80s hip hop.
Yeah, I mean, for a guy who in the 80s worked in record stores, I have a little bit of sadness about just the sort of dissolution of the old school distribution network and the physicality of holding a record. But the flip side of that is that, like, anybody who can get a laptop can make a record at home. And so you've got Billie Eilish and her brother doing that.
And did you just say flip side?
There you go. There you go. Yes. No, I still remember stocking the 45s in the record bar. So,
well, that's where Elephant Six came to me. I was, they were a generation below me. I don't know the actual age difference, but I'm going to guess around 14 or 15 years. And watching them come up and watching what they were doing and watching how the different groups of people were all playing together and interlocking and forming these new alliances and new things, and sitting literally in their kitchen and watching them work. It was completely that Billie Eilish and her brother kind of thing that you're talking about. It was the ability to record onto a laptop, if not a laptop, a cassette player, a cassette recorder, a DAT machine, whatever it was at that moment. And that's where Elephant Six came out of. That's where Vic Chestnut came out of, and it provided Athens and then much later the world with this whole new way of looking at the legacy of Athens, Georgia, the legacy of the music and how that's passed down from generation to generation, how it's continued.
Michael, you mentioned Vic Chestnut, who's somebody whose songs I just have great affection for. I mean, really up until the last records he was doing with Guy from Fugazi and that crew. Could you talk a little bit about encountering his work for the first time and then working with him in the studio?
Yeah, it's so wild that he and Guy wound up working together because I knew all those guys. I knew Ian from Minor Threat back in the and the incredible scene that was coming up, the rap scene that was coming up in Washington, D.C., and then Minor Threat and Ian and Discord Records were kind of, and then the whole, what's it called, where you don't drink and you don't.
Straight edge.
Yeah, the whole straight edge thing came through Ian, which is so crazy. But Ian, of course, went on to form Fugazi, and then we were friends. Crazy to me that, excuse me, through Jim Cohen, I think it was. I brought Jim to Athens for the first time. He met Benjamin Smoke from Opal Fox Quartet. He met Vic, and then brought and Jim had made films about both of those, both Vic and about Benjamin Smoke. And then who was Athens scene, but really had kind of a very much Atlanta scene, but had a very Athens kind of vibe to him and to everything that he ever worked with. So we can kind of claim him a little bit.
Yeah, I'm glad to.
Through Jim, Vic met Guy, and because Jim also made a film about Fugazi. So it was all coming through this filmmaker from Brooklyn who came to Athens as a fan of REM, and we started working together and became very, very dear friends. And then all this stuff came together. So yeah, Vic, I mean, when I first met him, I was astounded. There's no other word for it, by the level of songmanship. The lyrics that was pouring out of that kid were unbelievable. I still call him a kid. I think we're not that far apart in age, but he was really he was such a bratty little pissant, and yet when he got on stage and opened his mouth and started playing, it was just mind blowing. And he was doing these, I think, I'm going to say it was Thursday night at the 40 Watt Club. It's when it was there on Clayton Street.
The Clayton Street.
And what was the 1111 club that Rick the Printer owned, and it was the first place REM ever played after the church, and it got shut down by the cops. And we're still looking for. They took photos. We're still trying to find the photos. I don't know that we ever will, but. Vic came off stage, and I did walk up to him and I said, "We've got to get you in the studio before you kill yourself." And that's the first thing I ever said to him. And we went in the studio, we went into John Keane, and he recorded 21 songs in one night. And I ordered pizza. The extent of my producerial was ordering a pizza and keeping him going. And he recorded 21 songs that became Little. And then when the time came, I think I had taken a break from live performance. REM were on a bit of a hiatus in the early 90s. And I was spending a good bit of time in Athens. And that's when we made West of Rome, which later, Hal Wilner, the great, we've recently
sadly passed away.
It's 1730.
It's 1730. My computer's telling me. We recently lost Hal to COVID-19. He was the first death in my close circle of people to have been lost in this pandemic. But Hal is to me one of the greatest producers and musicologists, one of the greatest lovers of music I've ever met or encountered. And when Hal sat me down one night, some 15 or 20 years ago, and bought me a drink and said, I want to tell you that West of Rome is the best produced album I've ever heard. And I was like, you cannot. I was thrilled with the work that I was able to do with Vic and that record. I was thrilled to identify as being Athens based and to be able to speak about to anyone who would listen to be able to speak about Vic and the work that he did as a singer-songwriter. To have Hal Wilner tell me that West of Rome was the best, he said it was the best produced record he'd ever heard. My God, it is
beautiful.
I think it remains the greatest compliment I've ever been paid in my life.
Well, and some have said that, producing is setting the scene. If you put somebody at ease, you set them up in a room and it gives them the opportunity, it gives them the space. I mean, there's a lot to be said, I think, for that piece of music work.
I think I challenged Vic as a producer, and in doing so, allowed him to question some of his own, to trust his instinct, but to question some of the choices that he had made, whether lyrically or in terms of arrangement. And then the material for that record, I was a big proponent in helping to decide what songs would be featured on it. But my God, what an insane, immense talent. I mean, I really put Vic up there with Leonard Cohen and Dolly Parton and Jimmy. I think he's a brilliant and wildly underrated American songwriter.
I was always really shy if I encountered him and kind of in awe of him. And the one conversation we ever had was in front of the Long John Silver's Captain D. Excuse me, I'm confusing my crappy fast food on Prince Avenue, and his wheel, the rubber wheel on his chair, had come off the axle, and so he was sort of stuck, and so I stopped and I fixed his wheel and just said, hope you have a good night. And it was getting like close to dusk, so I was a little worried because he's there in the drive-through essentially. And I walked away just floating. I was like, oh my God, I just had a conversation with Vic Chestnut, as if it's a pinnacle experience.
He had that demeanor, he had that way of making people not want to approach him. And of course he was incredibly warm and insanely smart and such a wit, this incredible, dark and very dry sense of humor. But once you kind of cracked that shell, he was really a sweetheart.
I loved the variety of his stage demeanor. I think at the very last show I saw of his with that, Fugazi, or with the Guy and Canadian Guys group. I mean, he was howling like he was Robert Plant during some of those songs. I mean, just so overt. And then there were other times if he would play solo or just with a really minimal accompaniment, it was almost like you were listening to somebody tell like dirty jokes on their front porch.
Yeah, I mean, he had that prankster element like Andy Kaufman, another hero of mine, which from show to show, you never knew what you were going to get. You're going to get absolute genius, or you're going to get this kind of rambling. He was really like pushing buttons and trying to prank people and trying to make them angry and trying to get them upset.
He was good at it seemed.
But by the time he was doing those shows with Guy, my God, I mean, they're actually Jim Cohen made some films of some living room gigs that those guys did together. It's some of the best stuff that I've seen of Vic's work.
Yeah, I've got a recording of that last 40 Watt show of his that's just incredible. I'll send you a link to it. It's marvelous. I just want to ask a couple more questions, Michael. So, you mentioned the kind of the art influence and the visual influence on the Athens musical scene. I mean, that always has been striking to me as well. And you, of course, have done so much different work, internationally well known for the musical work, been an art teacher, internationally exhibited now, a lot of great books of your work. Do you see a through line that you picked up early in your Athens experience that's carried on?
Absolutely. I think Athens, I know Athens made it okay for one to become exactly who one is and to encourage not eccentricities, but to allow people to be who they are. And I certainly found that through, and again, back to Jeremy, but through Jeremy, through the B-52s, there was a beautiful, for me, my community before Athens and before finding the punk rock scene here was much queerer. And so to be able to find that here and to feel comfortable within that and to feel like, okay, I can be exactly who I am and not really worry about it so much, and actually allow that expression to come through the work that I'm doing, and in very subtle ways at times, but it was always there. And going back to that, I'd love to just shout out to the B-52s. I know there are several projects going on right now. I think a documentary film and a couple of books that I've had the pleasure to talk to and talk about the influence of the B-52s, because they have not gotten the due that they radically changed American music, and for the better. When they went to New York for the first time, no one had ever heard anything like that. No one had ever seen anything like that. It was actually radical, and it remains. If you look back, it remains absolutely radical. And the way that the music, the way that the music came together, the way that Ricky Wilson played guitar alone, that alone is it's like Harry Part. I mean, it's like insane experimental Arvo Part level nutso, and it worked, and it completely, I think, blew a hole through what was fast becoming this kind of like, this is what you have to look like, this is what you have to sound like, this is what you have to talk like, this is how you present yourself. It had become this very kind of not interesting thing, and they just blew all this these fresh ideas into it. And
I know even contemporary with their arrival in New York, Yoko Ono and John Lennon would speak about just how much they loved that record, and found it resonant.
Yeah.
Well, Michael, is there anything else you'd like to say to folks here in Athens as we celebrate 40 years of your work being out in the world?
I mean, I'm really thrilled that REM is in that canon of people that you named at the very beginning, and I'm very honored and humbled to be a part of that in any possible way. But I would say to Athens, and this is a particularly difficult time for everyone, I think, but the creativity here allowed me, the scene and the creativity allowed me to become, I think, the best version of myself that I could become, and allowed me also the space to grow within that, to make mistakes, to fall on my face, to do things my way. There it is. That's
And that's the best all of us can hope for, is to be constantly becoming that better version of ourselves.
I didn't become someone else's idea of what I should be. I became who I am, and then with the support of the band, we were able to take that to a larger and larger and larger and then much larger audience. And so it changed my life, certainly. And I don't think without the influence of Athens, without the support that I felt here very strongly throughout, I don't feel like I would have ever been allowed to become the person that I became. And I say that with no false humility. I like who I am. I like the influence I've had, but I owe a great deal of that to Athens, Georgia. And so thank you and kudos, and continue.
Well, Athens loves you back. I can say that if not for your work and the scene you were part of, I wouldn't be here. So thank you for all you've given, and best wishes on the road ahead.
Thank you.
Yeah, look forward to talking to you soon.
Yeah, great to see you, Mayor. Take care.
Yeah, good seeing you, Michael. Talk to you later. Bye-bye. Welcome to the Athens Music Walk of Fame, B-52s, Danger Mouse, Drive-By Truckers, the Elephant 6 Recording Company, Paul Johnson, Neil Patman, Pylon, REM, Vic Chestnut, and Widespread Panic. We hope you've enjoyed this community conversation. The rest of the plaques will be installed in the next 10 days. Please come down to Washington, Lumpkin, and Clayton Streets to view them. For full information about the program, visit accgov.com/public art. We look forward to seeing you at next month's community conversation.
only
debut.
live streamed.
World debut for performances.
World debut for performances. Yeah.
We featured some stuff this weekend that had never been done live before. So
right.
That's really cool. A lot of people, working during the pandemic on their art, not being able to get out and really perform in front of people. So it's changing world right now, and like a lot's going on around town. I hope everybody's being safe about it. But,
now, we're always talking about, we're always talking about, pandemic, this, that, and the other. Okay, but, I got my friend Steven from Brain Aid, okay, and he made me aware that September is National Suicide Prevention Month.
Yep.
And I can think of no better way to prevent suicide than to get creative in the art department.
Yeah.
And guess what? If you did get creative, put it on the bucket list, or at least, right? You could send that video to us. It could be, it could be anything.
Yep.
What all we had? We've had
music
toy
videos,
manufacturers. We had animators.
I tell you, the toy commercials, that's one of my favorites. Like when we get those indie toy makers that'll send us little toy commercials in, I love seeing those.
Yeah.
And then the animators who are working lately who, how they get that animation stuff done and so quickly. Even hand drawing some of that stuff, it's amazing. So.
And people are, now, and I don't know what you call it. So I'm going to be politically incorrect. I'm going to just call it like gender bending music. And what I mean by that is like, okay, today we had what was her name? Annie Leith, right?
Yep.
Okay, perfect example. She's got the violin. Okay, so I'm looking at the violin, and I'm like, oh my God, yeah, this is gonna be classical. Totally blew me away. and not only that, but she had other little recording synthesizing machine type gizmos, right? And was able to capture that, and then basically become like a one-woman band.
Yep, basically,
right?
yeah.
So my whole
one-woman
point
orchestra, even maybe.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. so yeah, and she said that she actually wanted to be in an orchestra when she went to music school, right? But for whatever reason, pandemic, whatever, what she did is she basically made her own orchestra right on stage by herself in her own hermetically sealed bunker. And, we've had a lot of people that we've been asking the question about pandemic. How's it affected you? How's it hit your music?
Yeah.
And the shock for me is to see the full gamut of answers, which I'm going to let you guys watch over the next couple of days, because we've got, 17, 18 hours of footage so far on this marathon special episode of... canceled AthFest aftermath.
Yep.
Right. So
I think it's almost 20 hours. I think.
Right.
So yeah.
And the other thing I noticed also is that we had 394 subscribers.
Oh yeah, I didn't check over the break.
No, we did this weird thing. Okay, so everybody that submits our little segue.
Yep.
Or performs on one of our stages.
Yep.
Or submit some type of crazy whatever. And we play it. We put that name into a little jar, kind of like the one you see on the table. That's our candy and snack jar, by the way.
Yep.
We put that into a jar. One for every submission that they give us, right? And when we get to 400, we're going to have a drawing. And there might be some merch giveaways.
Did you check? Did we hit 400 yet?
I don't know. I did not see the it was like 393 last night or 92.
I mean, we might have a couple people watching right now that could hit subscribe, and we would hit 395. So we need
395.
Five subscriptions.
Away.
Look at that. I mean,
5 away. Yeah.
That's pretty close.
So, and if you want to go into that drawing, you can very easily do that. All you have to do is send us a submission.
Yep.
And what would be the way they could submit to
And
you?
anybody can do this. You can take your phone, point it at yourself. You could point it at something else. It doesn't matter. But somehow say, I want my Joker TV. And send that to us. And the address is tvjokerjoker@gmail.com. And when we get those submissions in, we'll add them to our rotation of segues that we play on the show anyways. But that name goes into the hat.
Okay, cool. And don't they have some hats over at Habitat for Humanity?
Some what?
I thought don't they usually have like a couple of hats in there that
we've
they're
got
selling too?
We got a top hat. We got a top
We got a
hat.
top hat too. Wow, yeah. So, by the way, if you need furniture, you gotta fill up a place on the fly. Habitat is the place to go.
This is an awesome ottoman right here.
Yes, and some very famous artists have been using this for all weekend.
Yeah, this ottoman's famous now.
Yeah. So, and that will be going back to Habitat. So if you're looking for a real gem of some famous artists that use this thing, it would look great in your home.
Yep. So, anyways, I guess we'll take it away to some music videos, a couple more, and then in just a bit, we'll have some live performances for you.
Take it away.
time, and here's some more of them.
Yeah.
I have one more for you guys.
And we're gonna play some music for you.
And it's not like I kind of sort of knew people were going to call me Nino. I counted on it actually. I don't know a rapper alive that isn't like inspired or influenced by the character Nino Brown from the movie New Jack City. I think we all want to kind of sort of name ourselves that. And if you scour the interweb, you will see that there are a lot of rappers named Nino Brown somehow.
Oh yeah.
So
you're not using the brown then, is what you're saying?
No, I am.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
Nino. So like it's like a spin.
Nino.
Yeah. There are a lot of layers to this name. Would you like to?
Yeah, let's hear it. Let's hear it.
Yeah.
Because see, now wait a minute. Now I've known you for a long time, and this is new to me because I knew you as Cortez Garza.
Well,
you know, and you know, I've known what you've been doing for a long time now. But I'm talking to you. You said that you started the hip hop rap stuff long before what I knew you as, and that's new to me. I didn't know that stuff. So, where did this change from Cortez Garza to Nino Brown? How'd that happen? What come about?
I wanted to start fresh. You know, I feel like first of all, I mean Cortez is never gonna go anywhere.
Okay.
That's been my nickname since I was a little kid. I've tried to shake it over the years.
See, now he's going to have to go see a therapist after this because he was trying to forget that. He was like, it's Nino Brown,
Whoa,
right?
Okay, so
and it's not Nino, it's Nino, right? And then all of a sudden you had to take it in a different direction.
I'm sorry.
Sorry about there.
No, not at all. So I know that there are a lot of Nino Browns out there.
Yeah.
And so I'm just like really honestly out of respect for them, we want to differentiate. But also, you know, I mean, like I think obviously you want people to know your name so they can find you.
Right. Yeah.
Know the difference. But that being said, like most of the homies call me Nino,
and
I kind of like it. Like I said, it was sort of like intentional. I couldn't really justify calling myself. I wouldn't really like. You know, as an artist, I try to be as original as possible.
Yeah.
So, like, you know, just to kind of take a name that exists and not really put my own little sauce on it.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just not what I do.
No.
Now, speaking about what you do, you know, for all of our fans around the world, because we have a lot of viewers from all over the planet, and if we're lucky, maybe even the International Space Station. We're trying to get intergalactic, right?
Dude, you believe in space? Wow.
Yeah. So, tell us, you know, what's your sound? What, you know, what's your music, and what inspires you?
I do it all. Next question.
He actually does do it all.
No, okay, well, obviously I'm focusing on rap and R&B and pop.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't see myself stopping from like evolving and growing.
Yeah.
Will I change my name? I don't know about that. Like at this point, I feel like Nino gives me the freedom to do and say whatever I want in a way that I didn't feel like I could do with my previous project. Right down to the genre, you know, and the community that consumes that music, you know. I found myself being so respectful that it was inauthentic, you know. And really, at the end of the day, I didn't feel like I had a choice anymore, you know. I couldn't relate to what I was doing, who I was, the people that influenced me, the people that I respect, and fortunately, I'm not in any way knocking anybody, because I was able to develop relationships with, you know, really influential icons in the music that I was listening to, and I learned a lot from them. But what I realized more than anything was that, like, I just wasn't like them. And I mean, it was like I can pinpoint the exact moment where I was like, I'm done, you know. And it was like a tweet. It was like a Jason Isbell tweet. Jason Isbell tweeted something about how, like, he does not respect country artists that, like, looks like they go to the gym and, like, is in shape. And I was just like, you know, I mean, like, I appreciate and respect everybody. You know, and I thought that, you know, that was sort of where he was coming from. And, like, it wasn't even just that. It was, like, all the retweets from people that I, like, really respected. And I knew what he was saying. You know? If you turn on, like, New Country, right, these guys are, like, tanned and buffed, a lot of them, right? And it's maybe can be off-putting, but, like, I would never judge somebody based on the way they look, especially if they're an artist and, you know, they're, you know, doing what they love and being passionate about it. So, like, I won't even, like, listen to his music anymore. And you could tell him I said that.
Now, let me ask you this. You know, since early 2020, you know, we've been in the pandemic 20s. You know, has that affected your art in any way? Has it impeded you? Has it inspired you? You know, how has it affected you?
Bro, I ain't gonna lie, man. I'm so distracted by, like, my legs in the camera on the screen. Like, I ain't never worn shorts to, like, a performance or
there you go.
To an interview or none. It's like, anyway, sorry.
Yeah, we got some crazy effects going on right now too, so that's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's. To answer your question, I feel like the pandemic was when I kind of sort of started birthing this idea. Specifically with the rap. I mean, there was, like, I think a portion of 2018 where, like, things just kind of drastically changed for me on like a style fashion tip, where I was like, I'm not gonna wear, like, the cowboy outfit anymore, you know? And then, you know, I had, like, diamonds in my ears and, like, was rocking a little fro, and things were just like, people were just kind of looking at me like, you're not really fitting in here. But that's mainly because I was listening to a lot of different stuff, you know, and, like, in my mind I was already just kind of sort of, like, changing and evolving, and it's not that I ever stopped listening to this music. But I did spend a few years really diving and doing my research into the, you know, Americana community or whatever you want to call it. So all of 2019 I listened to nothing but, like, SoundCloud rap and, you know, auto-tune rap and, you know, just whatever. I mean, but it was, like, a lot of, I was really, like, getting into, like, your XXX Tentacion, and, you know, just, like, that whole sort of wave of artists that were sort of kind of, like, full circle, you know, they're doing a little bit of everything. And that inspired me more than anything. I found out who Post Malone was. I like Post. I'm not, like, a huge fan, but, like, I like what he does, you know, and I respect the fact that he's very versatile. So.
I wasn't sure if I liked him at first, and he did that Nirvana show, and I was like, okay, all right, cool.
Listen, man, I'm calling bullshit if you try and act like you're not, like, inspired in some way by Nirvana or, like, you know, it's like trying to say it's like R.E.M. or Bruce Springsteen, right? They're so ingrained in the popular culture's DNA, you know, like, we're all sort of inspired by that stuff. And so even that sentiment right there, like, really kind of is a reflection of what's going on inside of me musically. Like, I feel like it's sort of everything is just everything, and, like,
it's all roots into all the different things.
You know?
Exactly.
But I spent the pandemic well, I was in a really bad headspace, you know.
Yeah. Well, you were saying you were in a bad space, like going into the pandemic.
I had just come off the road and like was just ate up, you know, and like just not in a good space. I mean, you know, sometimes those experiences take a while to process, you know, and you go into a depression or whatever, and that sort of happened to me where it's like, I remember like being in New York City and just kind of like wishing I wasn't there for some of it, you know what I mean? And like, it's just weird, you know. And you're like, man, I've been waiting my whole life to do things like this, and like now I just kind of sort of want to be at home doing nothing.
And you've spent a lot of time on the road in the past, like.
Yeah, I mean,
you know, I've seen a lot of what you've done. I mean, you know, doing different things. I know, of course, but like, you being on the road, that's something, you know. But
it is a beautiful thing. It's just like anything. Like we were talking about, like when we first moved to Athens, you know, it was like a theme park or something.
Yeah, exactly.
Eventually, you know, the reality of whatever your life situation kind of sets in, and you're like, you know, I'm just another one of the 1,000 musicians. And we all know that only 10 of us get any credit in this town. So the same 10.
It is funny how you mention that, though, because, you know, when you travel, you kind of see, like, cities from a different perspective. You know, like, you don't really see the trash on the ground because you're so busy looking at, like, you know, the signs or the buildings or the restaurants or the people or whatever, right? Mm-hmm. And, then all of a sudden, when you come back home, you see the same shit every day, right? And we can kind of get bored with that sometimes, you know?
Yeah.
But has that, you know, after the first couple of months set in, and you kind of recovered from your roadie experience, how long did it take for the creativity to start? You know,
no, I mean,
during the pandemic.
No, it didn't. I mean, I'm trying to tell you, like, I was too focused on like whether or not my family was gonna survive.
Exactly.
Or,
wow.
You know what I mean? Wondering what the hell my daughter was doing because you know, I mean, like these are, I feel like the things that you know go through your mind when you have a family or you know loved ones or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
If you're like, I don't know. I mean, like, it was definitely kind of off-putting for me to see so many people going so hard with music during that time period. I was like. But again, I was in a bad place, and I recognized it later on that they were like, you know, not even sweating it, which I don't know.
Well, you know, some artists
might say, we've been duped. So
and well, you know, and some artists, you know, but it you know, whatever, you know, that what you're talking about with that, whatever that is, it's still no matter what, the world has gone through a trauma.
Oh yeah, no.
And you know. Through everything from misinformation to actual problems happening in the world, you know, and the internet bringing that forth more, you know, especially. But
don't get me started on the internet. Oh my god.
Now,
you know, some artists though took this you know the chance to like, I mean, like I have to say, you know, sometimes art is that escape from the trauma. You know, for a lot of people, you know, whether it be the fans that are listening to the art or the creators themselves, you know, and so that's sort of where, you know, we are now is we're coming out of this place where everybody has experienced trauma in a way, you know, even if you don't think you have, like even if you're like, oh no, this has been nothing, you know, you're still wearing masks. You're still doing this. It has affected your life, you know.
I'll go even further on that.
Yeah.
If I'm not making music and pushing it like to my fullest capacity, then my life is meaningless and goes to part. I don't know how I'm ever gonna stop. You know.
Yeah.
Like you people are literally gonna have to put me out of my misery because I'm gonna be out here. You know what I'm saying?
Same for me, man. Yeah.
Now,
hold on.
I don't know if this is true or not, but I did hear a rumor that you had just released some stuff and you were working on something that you were getting ready to release. Was that true or not?
That's a fact, sir.
All right. Well, can you let us in on the secret? You know, like.
I have a record that is done. We are.
Oh, really?
Post-production phases. I'm very happy with it. I'm very happy about it. So it's kind of sort of a conceptual album.
Really?
I called it Redbone, which I don't know if everybody's familiar with that, but
Yeah, what exactly is Redbone?
well, I think it means different things to different people, but like the actual like definition of it, like in the dictionary or whatever online encyclopedia, dictionary, whatever, is it's a person, a multicultural person. Oftentimes, I think in popular culture, you think of like somebody that maybe is like a light skin, more commonly a female, you know. So yeah, but it's about Aaliyah. My whole album is about Aaliyah, who like I thought was just like the perfect woman, and so I just like wrote a bunch of songs like putting myself in imaginary situations with Aaliyah, and I mean, God bless the dead. It's not. I'm not even making a joke. You know, what I mean? Like some people just like have such a big impact on your life that like, you know what I mean. And music is that for me for sure. Like I'm like I like fantasize about being friends with people that I'm probably never gonna be friends with. You know, for one reason or another.
Yeah.
So.
Now, if somebody wants to buy some of your stuff, how can they find you?
Instagram, IG.
And what do they look up?
Cortez Garza Music. I didn't really see a point in starting a new gram.
Okay, so the Cortez Garza part does have a crucial part of this whole thing. Okay.
That's my name.
Oh, okay, okay.
I mean, it's not actually really my name, but
right.
You know, it's one of my many aliases, and in a pinch,
right.
I can evade the police. You know what I'm saying?
All right.
For any traffic tickets or parking tickets, of course, nothing criminally dangerous or anything.
So let's take it to a video or two, and then we're gonna do a live performance with you.
Let's go.
All right, let's do it.
And we're gonna play some music for you.
Separation from what's behind you, and it's catching up. It'll find you, it'll settle up and surround you as it drags you down below. So frustrated now. Just think outside the lines. Your time is running on now. What's behind you? What's behind you?
Y'all put me in there. It's Nino. Lil Brown.
I hate you too, John.
Roller coaster of emotion. One minute feels like I'm coasting, the next I'm drowning in an ocean. Roller coaster of emotion. One minute feels like I'm coasting, the next I'm drowning in an ocean. I may be bipolar, had a dream I told her, I wanna get to know her, there's nobody colder. Saw her the next day, gave her the cold shoulder. Oh gee, I don't know why, but I don't even try. It's like I'm dead inside, like I can't even cry. I've lived a hard life, and I can't even lie. I'm about that thug life, a killer in disguise. I fade about minds, get faded all the time. Off purse to ease my mind, nowadays I'm on my grind. And watching for the signs, I fold my hands tight. Each morning, every night, we try to get it right. I thank the Lord I met you, please believe I came to fight. You ain't going nowhere. Roller coaster of emotion. One minute feels like I am coasting, the next I'm drowning in an ocean. Roller coaster of emotion. One minute feels like I am coasting, the next I'm drowning in an ocean. This internet shit about to take me out. I just wanna see that ass laying on my couch. This internet shit getting played out. Now we blocking each other and that shit is foul. I don't feel like stunting tonight, so I'm staying in all night. Yeah, right, I'm going to the show inside, but the streets are filled with fake love. So tonight that'll have to be enough, be enough. Fake love, fake love. But the streets are filled with fake love. So tonight that'll have to be enough, be enough. Fake love, fake love. Nino. Roller coaster of emotion. One minute feels like I'm coasting, the next I'm drowning in an ocean. Roller coaster of emotion. One minute feels like I'm coasting, the next I'm drowning in an ocean. Fake love. Thank y'all. My name's Nino. Nino. Kind of like El Nino. This is Summer Rain.
I hate you too, John.
Summer rain, happens every time I see your face. Summer rain, like tears of shame. My love for you is like a summer rain. My heart's a lonely island, somewhere up in the Caribbean. The sun is out, the winds are gone, the streets are cold, and here I come. As soon as I hop on my heart, the sky begins falling on me, like you've been doing to me all week. Cause what I get for thinking shit was sweet. Boy, some things just never change. Hey, now I'm back to switch the lanes. Hey, ain't on the rapper shit today. Hey, it happens every time I see your face. Summer rain, happens every time I see your face. Monsoon, hurricane, my love for you is like a summer rain. Pleasure and pain, man, fuck the fame. Happy when you leave, but I'm glad you came. Summer rain, when need just like for you, you gon' never be the same. These rappers is whack, and they raps is all cap. Fake jewelry, they ain't bustin' no gas. These feelings is real, at a price that's a steal. Free, 99, but they can still pay the bills. They say, don't shit where you eat. Well, I say, that ass is a treat. When it comes to eating meat, I think that red bone is sweet. I'm hooked on the thing, and now when we cooking with grease. Bitch, fix your face, you looking at me. Put some respect on my name, please. I hope you're glad that I came. That was fortune and fame. Here to change your life and your last name. If your man wants smoke, I'll tell his ass the same thing. If it ain't no history, then there's no glory. And if it ain't no love, it's not forming. End of story. You can try and ignore me, but that shit would be boring. Summer rain happens every time I see your face. Monsoon, hurricane, my love for you is like a summer rain. Pleasure and pain, man, fuck the fame. Happy when you leave, but I'm glad you came. Summer rain, when in your slide for you, you gon' never be the same. Appreciate y'all.
Daniel Brown.
Find your hidden treasure at the Habitat Restore. Look for the blue barn door past the tracks on Barber Street.
every lineup been stacked, and that show was crazy as well.
Yeah.
And the homie Squale, he came out with a full band.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
Yeah. If they was, hey, AthFest.
They warmed up over here.
AthFest.
On a secret, yeah.
AthFest missed out.
Secret performance.
That full band was crazy.
I know.
And seeing it at Live Wire, it was epic. So I really enjoyed myself. It still feels like I've been through a festival's worth of music somehow.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know how that worked, but
That's unique vibes, right?
Yeah.
Unique vibes.
Yeah.
Unique
dude,
vibes.
And they rocked the house over here Friday before they went over there. Yeah.
Oh, they gave y'all that?
Yeah. Oh my God, yeah,
they were
dude,
here earlier.
yeah. But we were having some sound issues. I don't know how good it came out.
Because
on
it's
the sound
too
thing.
much,
But,
man.
like,
Yeah, it's too much for the handle. Yeah, couldn't handle it.
It's overwhelming.
Yeah.
You gotta prepare. You gotta let folks know before you pull up with that.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Now, for all of our non-Ophidian friends around the world, tell us a little bit about what kind of genre of music do you do? What's your art?
All right. So for the people around the world, the easiest way to define me would be like a lyrical miracle.
I like that.
But nah, seriously though, I'm more so of a storyteller. You know what I'm saying? I got more like an introspective outlook on rap. So something like 2020 happened. That was sort of ideal for me because I write isolation music.
Yeah.
Like I write that music for when you have time to yourself to really just sit and question yourself and process life.
Yep.
And so that's the kind of bubble that I fit in. And with my deep voice and whatnot, people be telling me I sound like Mick Jenkins. I've really been trying to break that comparison. And then I'm in the South, and I be like doing the lyrical thing too, so I get the Outkast comparison as well.
Yeah.
Or the little Kendrick Lamar comparison to J. Cole or whatever. It's cool or whatnot, but
Yeah.
I do a little bit of everything. You know what? Actually, while we on that subject, it's actually the pandemic that made me start breaking that box. Because I used to put myself in that lyrical miracle box all the time, and I used to try to like stick to those principles and standards. And then the pandemic happened, and I was like, it ain't no fucking rules out here. Like,
Exactly.
People just be out here doing shit.
Yep. And experimenting.
Yeah.
Trying things out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So did the pandemic give you an opportunity to be more creative?
Oh, for sure.
That's nice.
In some ways good, some ways bad,
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? But it's all trial and error, I had like more subject matter just because like with the pandemic it's so much time to yourself, you become like really hyper aware of choices and like all of your interactions suddenly become a lot more intimate.
Yeah.
So it's just like real life, you got so much more to pull from just because you got a unique angle to look at life now.
Yeah, and it's like like we were talking earlier about the idea of trauma and stuff like that. This is a shared trauma.
Exactly.
And so it's like something that we can all
Globally,
talk about.
Actually, globally.
No matter even if you speak the same language, you were affected by this. All around the world we have something in common with that.
Yeah, and then not only that, like it also made me aware of just like how little it takes for your life to be twisted.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Like, cause with the music, it's really a lot of extremes in music.
Yeah.
And we take these scenarios and we like exaggerate them in a sense, or hyperbolize them.
Yeah.
And I realize that's not necessary, because it's like it's enough everyday shit that's really fucked up when you got the time to sit back in a pandemic and you like, I do this every day and I hate it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like I was looking at work, I was like, yeah, capitalism is cool, you know what I'm saying? I get bread, I get to buy things, but it's just like
you get to eat.
I hate these people I work with.
Yeah.
Micromanagement.
Yeah.
After a pandemic, I don't know.
Yep.
So I ain't got no tolerance for it.
So here's the question that I haven't asked anybody is like, okay, we're just starting to come out of this thing.
Yeah.
So how's that experience been for you?
Weird as fuck.
Yeah.
Like, people be touching me and
yeah.
Like, that's weird for me now.
Yeah.
Like, you try to give me a hug out the blue. Like, I ain't been touched in the whole 2 years.
Yeah.
My body is scared.
Yeah, and it's like when you're starting to get to see people, and you're like, should we hug again like we used to?
Or like even after like that, the first couple shows we had back, like people were hugging each other, like we were family all of a sudden, just because it had been so long.
Yeah.
And then we didn't realize like how deeply we were connected.
Yeah.
Especially since like with the Athens hip hop community, we try our best to support each other. So if you go to an Athens hip hop show, you will see a lot of other Athens rappers.
Yeah.
So although we may not have realized it, we were spending a lot of time with each other.
Yeah.
Interacting with each other. So to take that away for like a whole year or so.
Yeah.
That reunion was definitely very intimate.
That's a good word
special
for it. Reunion. That's definitely a good word. It does feel like a family reunion again, you know, like you're finally seeing these people you hadn't seen in a year, you know, and it's like, oh man, you know, I didn't realize how much I missed you.
Yeah.
You know?
And in a way, like, and it was also weird as fuck because it's like all these conflicts, like these little personal conflicts people be having on the music scene or whatever, they just kind of like wash away suddenly. And like everybody's nobody. And it's like all the like fans or whatever you thought you had, it's like it doesn't matter anymore. We were just glad to see each other. So that was really special. I hope it stays that. It probably won't stay that way because it's hip hop. We kind of competitive.
Well, I mean, you know, it's I'll tell you, it's not just hip hop. It's every genre's like that, you know, and and every town's like that, you know. It's you know, I don't know. I don't even know how to explain
right now,
it.
we on the family kumbaya vibes.
Yeah, we are.
You know, but it only lasts so long.
Yeah.
Now I heard a rumor that you had some show coming up.
Oh yeah. So if you're in Athens, I got this show coming up. It's called The Village Meeting. Cause I call myself Shmokage. It's a Naruto reference, which is like if you're not familiar with Naruto, then it's like. Yeah, it's like the leader of a ninja village. And that's how I see myself in my mind. That's how I channel all my raps, so I can feel like a superhero when I'm on stage and whatnot.
Yeah.
But I got the Village Meeting coming up, and that's going to be at Flicker Bar on October 1st, on Friday. And I really just wanted to bring back the vibes that I was getting when I was coming onto the scene, particularly when I was going to the Hot Corner hip-hop shows that Lingle was putting together. And I noticed that not only was she booking, you know, local Athens artists, but she was like also bringing touring acts that had like free game to drop on us as well. And that was the type of energy that I wanted to bring back to Athens. So I put together this show, and I featured Trevi, who's based out in Athens, real dope lyricist, and a bunch of other artists that really just inspired me, especially over the pandemic. And really just gave me that creative drive. So I got an artist named Alfred Banks. He's from New Orleans. He's coming out. I got my cousin Philo from Grand Rapids. He's coming out to perform. I also got Clark County. He's a rapper, obviously based in Athens.
Yeah.
But he's real dope. Who else we got? Then the homie Colo. He's out in Atlanta.
Yeah.
And it's just going to be a real intimate vibe because these are artists that I really respect. We really share a mutual respect and that I admire. And I really just want to extend whatever platform I have to them so they can just share their stories because they were the type of perspectives that, you know, enlightened and inspired me.
Yeah.
So I just want to, you know, give that energy not only to the people of Athens but the other artists as well because a lot of people come to me for advice or whatever. And I'd be like, yo, it's not just me. There's, you know, these artists, and they not even just in Athens, you know, they all over the world. And these people, not only do they do their own thing, and you can learn that way, but they're also more than willing to help and drop free game on you as well.
And every little part that people play, all the people in the community, it's all equally of value, you know.
Exactly.
And they're, you know, it's nice when you can find your place where, you know, this is where I feel comfortable with what I'm doing in the scene. But you know, that doesn't mean that this person over here doing something else isn't as valuable. Like it all comes together.
Yeah, and that's what the Village Meeting is all about. Exactly. You know, just acknowledging that it's definitely a team effort and every role is important.
Yep.
Like the part that I'm even nervous about is like the host. I didn't even realize how important that shit was until like the week of the show. I was like, damn, I gotta keep all this shit in order.
Yeah.
I gotta keep the energy right.
Yeah.
And then I gotta remember all my words too.
Oh yeah.
So that's gonna be exciting. It's gonna be a challenge, but I'm excited for it. And I'm
Yeah.
definitely gonna be breaking out of my comfort zone. I don't know what I'm doing, but I'm trying to inspire other Athens artists to take those type of risks as well. Cause, like I said, we just be out here doing shit. It
Yeah.
ain't no rules.
Nope.
Like people be thinking it's so hard.
I mean, look
put
at
together.
this.
Yeah,
We're
people-
sitting in a closed down club that we got a couch sitting over here. You're here with us. You know,
Yeah.
like
people think it's like near impossible to put together your own platform or your own show or your own way to be heard. So this is just my way of showing that it is possible.
Hell yeah.
Very
Now,
much so, because I am regular as hell.
And
As you can see, I'm just kicking it, drinking beer and eating mac and cheese.
What was the date on that again? October 1st?
October 1st at the Flicker Bar.
Okay.
And we checking for them proof of vaccinations or a negative COVID test, because I ain't trying to get that shit again. My
Yeah.
lung about fell out.
Oh yeah. Oh, did you actually catch it?
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I think I did too. But
And, bruh.
how bad was it?
It really be, for me, because it wasn't as bad for me, because I have something to compare it to.
Yeah.
Because back when I was like 16, 17, I had strep throat and a sinus infection.
Oh.
And the bacteria managed to get into my brain.
Oh.
Yeah. So I was immediately rushing to surgery. I was in a coma for like 3 days on the little ventilator and shit. I had
Wow.
like 2 seizures while I was in the hospital for a week.
Wow.
Then I had to learn how to walk and talk again and all that shit. So when I had that to compare it to,
Yeah,
it's
man.
like, it wasn't that bad.
It wasn't that
you know
bad.
what I'm saying?
But it did. I mean, it had to scare you that
it was scary.
that might happen again.
Because
like
I realized it at work.
Yeah.
And like I just had this weird pressure in my face.
Wow.
And like vomiting. That's usually not my first sign of being sick. So that was what scared me.
Yeah.
Because I don't really be doing that like that. So that was pretty scary for like the first day or two. And I'm just walking around with all this pressure in my face. Then I'm throwing up. I was like, what the fuck is wrong with me? But the
did
thing,
you lose your smell and taste?
that's what I was about to say. I was so glad that didn't happen to me.
Oh yeah, it did.
That
It did
would've-
to me.
I think it had. I think I was like psyching myself out a little bit.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
so it was a bit of a mind game, but I don't think it happened to me for the most part.
Well, see, I heard, and I don't know if this is true or not, but the ones that, you know, their Rona symptoms where their ass blew up like Fudgy the Whale, they were the first ones to lose their sense of taste and smell.
Oh, yeah?
Which I think was protecting them from the bad smells that were coming out the other end.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
No, yeah, I totally. It was so weird. Just suddenly realizing this stuff doesn't smell like anything anymore, or I'm putting this food in my mouth and it just. I mean, it's food and it's colored and it's what it tastes like.
That had to fuck you up. What was that like?
It was just weird.
Yeah.
It's just like, I mean, it was, I don't know. It's hard to explain. You know,
I would
it was
be
just like
eating all
suddenly
the stuff
I kind of
hate. You know, like
yeah, I should
you know,
have
like,
tried that.
It's the
No, I was-
absolute healthy, disgusting stuff. You know that you
Yeah.
would never want to touch or see again.
Well, I mean, I couldn't even keep anything down hardly anyway. So,
Yeah.
like, you know, even if I was tasting it, you know, it wasn't really helping me much. But, you know, I mean, you know, food, you see what it looks like, you know what it tastes like because you ate that.
That's what I'm
But
wondering.
like,
So
I
you
put it
don't
in my
taste
mouth,
anything, but
and
are,
it wasn't there.
So like, if you were to go to eat something spicy, would your mouth still like prepare for spicy food?
Yeah, that's interesting. I don't know.
Yeah, dude, that would. Dude, you know, you got me thinking now.
Because before I eat spicy food, like
All
my mouth is
you know,
watering.
I love watching. I love watching that show, Man versus Food.
Oh,
right?
for sure.
And you know, like half of them, they'll be eating them like California or no, Carolina Reaper wings or something.
Forehead
like that.
starts
And they're
sweating before he
and
even
they tap
grab
Dude,
it.
I would be hitting every one of those those contest things where you get the free thing, and then you don't have to pay the food if you win.
True.
You know, you just be scarfing that shit down.
I don't
I've been
taste
mortified, man.
You know, that's actually another thing I mastered, you know, over the pandemic. It's free food. Because I had to start using all the food apps to start ordering my food. Because, you know, food service workers, they don't get paid enough for my bullshit.
No.
And I can't really be mad when I get there and the line long and then they be doing shit wrong. You really don't get paid enough to do it right. So So
minimum
I started messing with the mobile orders.
Minimum work. Yeah.
I started messing with the mobile orders. So I do want to give a shout out to Wendy's because they got the best mobile app. They let you finesse with the rewards points and the offers on the app.
Nice.
Yeah.
Anybody that know me, you knew I was gonna do this. So I had to plug in. I eat there faithfully. Just because they got me through the pandemic with their rewards.
We did get those little tags you get for I think $1. And
oh, the Junior Frosty Keats.
The little
See,
Junior Frosty.
They be looking out.
Oh man,
see, they looking out.
But you know what my gig is at that. Right? I got friends that'll be like, dude, can you take me over to such and such so I can get something to eat? What place you want to go to? Oh yeah, we can go there. I got an app for that. And then what I'll do is I just scan the thing to get the free points.
Exactly.
And then when we're in between paychecks or broke week comes along, I'm like, guess who's going out to eat this motherfucker?
Exactly.
Yeah, we went. We were out there. Where were we yesterday? The other day. McDonald's.
Yeah, McDonald's, and then we went to Krispy Kreme.
Right
Krispy
after.
Kreme, dude, they
Everything
got
free.
They got you show them your Rona card.
Yeah.
You know the vaccination thing. They give you a free
your
donut.
Rona card.
Yeah. And so I just walk in and I'm like, yeah, I'll take my free Ronut and 2 of those other ones.
Is Ronut.
Yeah. Yeah, Krispy Kreme, yeah.
Shit. But I started doing that too. I actually be doing that at work now. I'd be like, because they be like, so what we going to eat for lunch? I'd be like, I know y'all want Wendy's.
And then, the other thing I'm looking forward to is how good is your doing the survey offer?
Oh, man.
Like, dude,
Hey, Wendy's, they give you a free day single or a free 10-piece when you do the survey.
Hell yeah, dude.
Do with that information what you will. I'm just trying to plug you in on the free food.
we just love Wendy's. We were not an official sponsor or anything, but
nah, doggone though.
Oh my God, dude. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Hey, at doggone, we ain't doing no offers, no coupons. We paying full price and we
100%
at doggone good barbecue.
But when you're eating at doggone good, tell me this, right? When you're eating at good doggone good, don't you feel like it's like a religious experience? Like you need.
I be out of body for real.
Like, oh my God, there is a God.
Yeah, I don't know if it be my heart stopping or just the quality of the food, but it do be like a out of body experience.
Yeah.
Yep. All right. Well, how about we go back to a couple of videos, and then we're going to have you up on stage.
But before we do that, let him give out one more shout out so people around the world can find your shit and buy something from you.
Hey, if you care enough about anything that I've had to say so far, then you can catch me on social media being even more toxic at SHMOKAGEDK. If I didn't go slow enough for you, we can run it back. It's SHMOKAGEDK. And you're going to see a little animated looking ninja. And he just going to be doing toxic shit while contradicting himself and talking about self-love.
All right.
It's a good time. I hope you join me. I also hope to see you at the Village Meeting this Friday, October 1st, at the Flicker Bar, featuring me and Athens' very own Trevi and Clark County, and Alfred Banks and Colo. Boom. Thank you so much.
Feel free to sing along if you know it at the end, all right? Packed the truck and we drove all night. Half of the next day, chasing the sun across the Great Divide, singing along. sing with me. It goes like this. High on a mountain, high on a mountain, high on a mountain, high on a mountain. Lord, I'm high on a mountain, oh so high. I can't believe I'm this high. Got blue by my side, but the cowboys ride. Oh yeah, yodeling, yodeling, yeah, oh, yodeling, yodeling, yeah, oh, yeah. Happy 420, y'all. Peace.
it up one more time. Hey, she got them bass in her ass and it's for the over. Bass in her ass. Bass in her ass. DJ Bob Phillips, go. Wow, Pete. Follow forever. 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 Yeah. Y'all some point lines, catch your dad drop. Tell me what you smoking, okay, tell me what his dad. Okay, baby, get with it. Y'all know that. Bass in the ass and the bass in the ass. I'm riding low. I pull up clean. I'm riding dirty. I pull up clean. I'm riding low. I pull up clean. I'm riding dirty. I pull up. She got the bass in the ass and the trunk open. Bass in the ass and the hey, bass in the ass and the trunk open. She got the bass in the ass, bass in the ass.
Towards me, thank you. Yes, so much better.
So, a lot of people like to ask me, what a coma is like. Yeah. All I can really say is like a convo with God. Walk with me. So you ready to wake up with your half-ass commitment? Consider that's the devil's makeup. But I'm not like you. We'll go from anxious to indifferent. With my people playing both sides, you've imagined the wrong equipment. So ready to speak before you're willing to listen. Dreams of a microphone, but tell me what's your headset? Plugged into the culture, not a hospice. One life and I got this, cause I'm the one who chooses if you're dead, yeah. Wanna survive this incision. Got some major decisions. I'm not talking school of keys. I'm like the blues who can leave or I can take you. But you can develop in this league if you would just believe. So it's your choice, nigga. This is the juice or how you wanna use your voice, nigga. Could be the end, but here's your introduction. 3 waves in and you finally hear instructions. Apply, die. The only infection is your self-destruction. You can thrive in human condition, but I take life with precision. Emergency just a tease. Show your love life with love's life, but it takes 2 knees to please her. I will break you and try you out if you ready to leave. So it's your choice, nigga. This is the juicer. How you gonna use your voice, nigga? Could be the end, but here's your introduction. 3 waves in and you finally hear instructions. Apply, die. You can't really function unless you wanna wake up. Now go ahead and pull that ventilator. Got a long road and you forgot how to walk. Can let these demons clown you or go up with the chalk. A pen and paper, only place where you'll get heard when we talk. Unless we conversating, I mean conversing through these verses while you contemplating. If you or I got the answers, when they feel you going ghost, you come across dirty dancers to the moon for a 1st of June, but it still feels like a cancel. Keep pulling you back, even when you think you're so gone. Go far from what you absorb, kill it like Teen Gohan. No perfection with the wrong connection, just to live in hell. It's just funny how your pops out there where they giving sales, but your mind been in prison, ready to free it. This a coma, my nigga, feel like you dreaming.
Can't make yours come true. No guess you want my validation. You get it anywhere else. That's both our times that we're wasting, boy. You gon' survive this decision. Got some major decisions, but your faith in me is. But it takes two knees to please, so I will break you. These worldly things only here to deceive. So it's your choice, nigga. Nooses and juice, that's how you gonna use your voice, nigga. Could be the end, but here's your introduction. 3 waves in, are you ready to give instructions? Apply, die, you ready to function. So now we gonna wake up. Yeah. So that was my little song or whatever about the past, about, you know, what a coma was like. But now I want to talk about 2020. I know we're trying to, you know, progress and move over things in 2021, but still got real life to deal with. And it's only so many light-hearted conversations we can have about it, you know what I'm saying? Look at it. 'Cause at the end of the day, I want to smoke. So sometimes we got to get a little dark. All I ask is that you walk with me. Yeah, 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 yeah. My niggas been losing they pops, and shit been bringing pops out of me. Not the type to pop smoke, but we see by our stars undoubtedly. So you ain't missed your turn, but this shit here done rerouted me. Go first cause he won't see his son. Bring on him in this cloud at me judgment. Power with these grudges, or electric sliders I pass him. When fireman don't make hot boys, but many hoes don't be spouting please. Not too far, bitch, we fireside. He dead can't ask to get active. Only debate anyway is my cub's life where out of me. A king of my pride. See this ride gon' need waivers. You out your Jerry hat-trick mind that we need rats for these favors. Cause I can't even hit the blunt, but we won't ask for them papers. Coliseum shit, who come out alive, we placing our wages. Your school of choice, what I gotta be. Been replacing my majors with leagues. Nigga moments, pipelines of disease. Circles we run unfatigued. White friend shot like holy cow, we pray over a lot of beef. Truth crashing like restless souls from forgotten reefs. Back to back for more chains. You writing thick and plots with rotten teeth. Shit ain't sweet as it seems. So eat your greens before them boys in blue start spotting me. Yeah. 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 No, it sucks. Yeah. No, you miss them. Yeah. Lick for lick, tick for tack, pick your mission. Yeah. It's been noted for Gonzalez that your sentence. Yeah. Knock him out, it's no decisions. Your decision, more division. No, it sucks. Yeah. No, you miss him. Yeah. Lick for lick, tick for tack, pick your mission. Yeah. It's been noted for Gonzalez that your sentence. Yeah. Knock him out, it's no decisions. Your decision, more division. Fuck a funeral. Look, bitch, this body's still fresh to me. Watch it turn cold as the world, but still felt that blood rush right next to me. It was just showing me love. Now a policy underchecking me. My niggas want retaliation. Fuck a shirt and the rest in peace. Tirades of the morgue. I be the party to call it. Catch my one when it's time. Till then, two up for the falling. Cause I lay dead round the corner. Hostages right round the neck. Who to call? You might die on my phone. That sight gripping my neck. Why I gotta make the cut? And here to chop it up. Drop back further, make the slice. Till my drawbacks can stop popping up. Thought I was rapping to be popular. My nigga, this my diary. Survivors get my job to live. Praying for God to fire me. No, it sucks. Yeah. No, you miss him. Yeah. Lick for lick, tick for tack, pick your mission. Yeah. It's been noted for Gonzalez that your sentence. Yeah. Knock him out, it's no decisions. Your decisions, more division. Yeah. 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 So throughout my music, I got this allegory, juice, which is an allegory for self-love. All the things that we know we need in our life, like meaningful relationships, healthy communication, shit like that. That's the juice. On the other side of that, we got that motherfucking sauce. The sauce, it's usually all those, you know, convenient ideas of love that we have, you know, like Chick-fil-A sauce. It might taste good, but it can't fix a raw chicken strip, cuz. And I'd rather you not learn the hard way. So all I ask is that you walk with me. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Lost in the sauce, don't know what the cost is. Might be a life, nigga, ain't no telling. Daddy seeing bars, and apple don't fall too far from the tree. But I ain't no feeling what it feel like. When your second chance to get it become real life. Bitches always see the difference, so they act different. Now they listen, can you tell me what is that appeal like? Superficial women love me like they been there. Old girl wanna love me like she never left. Swimming with my every yell, that's the sirens. Showing every year being tested wasn't being blessed. Cheat the code to eat the stress, so grand theft. Thought I fell in love, ain't know the definition. Let the gluttony and button me, but luckily I peace she wasn't fucking me. It's all for the recognition. Caught up in the vibe. Too late for turning back all this attention in my measures. My ascension was a lie. Pleasure measuring my sanity. The vanity convinced me I'm a black star, but a nigga barely getting by. Stakes up. Time two, cause I'm two timing. Perception of your perception can make the truth blinded. Pop serving timeouts while my mind's out. And she wonder why I'm so bad with the timing. Lost in the sauce. Don't know what the cost is. Might be a life, nigga, ain't no telling. Daddy seeing bars. Ever don't fall too far from the tree. But I ain't no felon what it feel like. When your second chance to get it become real life. Bitches always see the difference, so they act different. Now they listen, can you tell me what is that appeal like? Hold on. Daddy issues leaving dads in the street. I leave mine in the bed, skip my last for the sheets. They miss a class for the bread. Find you on you praying on them like a million. Got the same street home right here and underneath. And they leash till we dead, but we never see the blood of Christ. We let the ice around your neck and in my veins. Chasing on the pain when you hanging. Share reality, you ain't the only nigga banging. A stroke of triggers, mine on the self-esteem. Yours on another nigga. Try to change what she escapes, what you embrace. I'm on pace to be another figure. Fight for your life, I wish I died a little quicker. Thinking I might need to relive this coma. Sometimes I do go nuts from hitting these homers, relieving this stress while learning about success. What you learn from your mistakes will really make you richer. Little richer with it, slipping and sliding for long, tall, sadly. Been serving in the fruit, they can loosen your finale. Uncle ain't no father figure, here's to get us in the alley. They claim he's scaling mountains to end up in the valley. Hitting the praises, game of titties, like consistency. No, please take the wheel, so I can never take the rally. Bodily is tears behind the fear, being different, my nigga. You gon' end up in the box, count tallies. That's days on days, bodies on bodies. They can use Scotty when you Manny Marco. Enslaving souls while they trading yours for the capital. Better wise up on embargoes. Old heads got scrolls of the wisdom. Don't miss on the message. None of us promised tomorrow. Wait on your plane, are you going insane? Don't wanna be played, but let go of that cargo, my nigga. Lost in the sauce, don't know what the cost is. Might be a life, nigga, ain't no telling. Daddy seeing bars, ever don't fall too far from the tree. But I ain't no felon what it feel like. When your second chance to get it become real life. Bitches always see the difference, but they act different. Now they listen, can you tell me what is that appeal like? Yeah, lost in the sauce, don't know what the cost is. Might be a life, ain't no telling. Daddy seeing bars and the apple don't fall too far from the tree. But I ain't no felon what it feel like. When your second chance to get it become real life. Bitches always see the difference, so they get them different. Now they listen, can you tell me what is that appeal like? One more time. Lost in the sauce, don't know what the cost is. Might be a life, nigga, ain't no telling. Daddy seeing bars and the apple don't fall too far from the tree. But I ain't no felon what it feel like. When your second chance to get it become real life. Bitches always see the difference, so they got them different. Now they listen, can you tell me what is that appeal like? Yeah. Woo!
Please
keep me a roll. Try to go balance my lows. Tired of just dealing with raindrops falling on my window, telling me to let go, showing me it's simple. I do not wanna be alone. Gotta do this on my own. Tired of just dealing with raindrops falling in my head, telling me to rest and dream of the ways I could cope. I gotta keep me a little bit more in the bag just for me. Stressing my heart that I gotta release. Since I was young and been burning alive. Faced with my devils, they showed me the fire. Faced with the moments I'm barely alive. Faced with the moments they wasting my time. Facing the blunt when I gotta get right. That's all that I know, this is how I survive. I gotta keep me a blunt on my lips. I gotta keep me away from the shade. I'm overworked, but I gotta do more. I can't just have me a regular day. I gotta learn how to handle the praise. Still got some family I gotta save. Still got a mountain of problems to climb. Still gotta learn from the price that I pay. Keep me a roll. Try to go balance my lows. Tired of just dealing with raindrops falling on my window, telling me to let go, showing me it's simple. I do not wanna be alone. Gotta do this on my own. Tired of just dealing with raindrops falling in my head, telling me to rest and dream of the ways I could cope. I gotta keep me a little bit more to the side when my name get attached. Maybe I'm thinking ahead, but the voice in my head got an angle for that. They barely keep up when I play with the raps, and I straight with the facts. Imagine the pay with the text. Imagine the rate if I claim what I brought to the table. It ain't been a match. Boy, I'm a legend, you fable at best. I gotta keep me a blood on my lips. You don't want me to start pulling them cards. You don't want me to start beating my chest. I don't want me to start taking them best. I'ma do me, can never be less. Never gave a damn about another man's respect, cause I never try to hide what it is or who I am. I don't care, stay around, I can do it by myself. I done put me to the test, put me through the stress. Spill blood for the record, probably pour it out again. I been dealing with my sins, jumping off the fence. If the angels don't come, gotta build it with my hand. Never thought I had a chance, mama was depressed. Recognize you young, still tighten up my chest. Cover with the pain, only taught me how to drift. Deep inside my soul, but it showed me how to win. So I gotta keep me a blunt on my lips. What I deserve's on a whole nother level. I even give more when I'm down at my lowest. I just gotta show them I always get better. I gotta keep me a blunt on my lips, cause I gotta keep me a foot on the pedal. I found out the truth and I looked at the signs. Ain't no debate that this is forever. Try to go balance my lows. Tired of just dealing with raindrops falling on my window, telling me to let go, showing me it's simple. I do not wanna be alone. Gotta do this on my own. Tired of just dealing with raindrops falling in my head, telling me to rest and dream.
If you must know, I often talk about juice, which is an allegory for self-love. And of course, on the other side of that, you have the sauce. Now you see, the sauce is a lot like the juice. It's all these false ideas that you have about love that just turn out to be a lie to you, but I would rather you not learn this lesson the hard way, so just walk with me. Yeah.
Lost in the sauce, don't know what the cost is. Might be a life, man, ain't no telling. Daddy seeing bars, and apple don't fall too far from the tree. But I ain't no fella what it feel like when your second jet to get it become real life. Women always see the difference, so they acting different now. They listen, can you tell me what does that appeal like? Superficial women love me like they been there. Oh girl wanna love me like she never left. Swimming with my every year, that's the Cyrus. Show it every year, being tested, was it being blessed? Cheat the code to eat the stress on some grand theft. Thought I fell in love, ain't know the definition. That the gluttony unbutton me, but luckily I piece you button. Me, it's all for the recognition. Caught up in the vibe, Too late for turning back on this attention. In my mentions, my ascension was a lie. Pleasure measuring my sanity. The vanity convinced me I'm a black star, but a brother barely getting by. Stakes up times two, cause I'm two-timing. Perception of your perception can make the truth blinded. Pop serving timeouts when my mind's out, and she wonder why I'm so bad with the timing. Lost in the sauce, don't know what the cost is. Might be a life, man, ain't no telling. Daddy seeing bars, and apple don't fall too far for the tree. But I ain't no felon what it feel like. When your second chance to get it become real life. Women always see the difference, so they acting different now. They listen, can you tell me what it's that appeal like? Yeah. Daddy issues leaving dads in the streets. I'm living 9 in the bed. Skip my last for the sheets. They miss a class for the bread. Find union praying on them like a million. Got the same street home right here, nothing underneath. And they leech till we dead, but we never see the blood of Christ. We let the ice around your neck and then my veins change. None the pain when you hanging. Check reality, you ain't the only brother banging. A stroke triggers mine on the self-esteem. Yours on another. Trying to chase when she escapes, but you embrace. I'm on pace to be another figure. Fighting for your life, I wish I died a little quicker. Thinking I might need to relive this coma. Sometimes I do go nuts from hitting these homers, relieving this stress, while learning about success. What you learn from your mistakes and really make you richer. A little richer with it, slipping and sliding for long, tall sailing, preserving in the fruit. They can lose in your finale. Uncle ain't no father figure, is to get us in the alley. How you claim me scaling mountains just to end up in the valley? Hitting the precious game of tennis, lacking consistency. Lord, please take the wheel. I can never take the rally. Bottling your tears behind the field, being different, my brother. You gon' end up in the box, count tallies. That's days on days, bodies on bodies. Thanking you, Scotty, when you Manny Marco, enslaving souls while they trading yours for the capital. Better wise up on embargoes. Old heads got scrolls of the wisdom. Don't miss on the message, cause none of us promised tomorrow. That weight on your plane, are you going insane? Don't wanna be plain, but let go of that cargo. Lost in the sauce, don't know what the cost is. Might be a life, man, ain't no telling. Daddy seeing bars, and apple don't fall too far for the tree. But I ain't no felon what it feel like. When your second chance to get it become real life. Women always see the difference, so they acting different now. They listen, can you tell me what does that appeal like? Yeah. Lost in the sauce, don't know what the cost is. Might be a life, man, ain't no telling. Daddy seeing bars and the apple don't fall too far from the tree, but I ain't no felon what it feel like. When your second chance to get it become real life. Women always see the difference, so they acting different now. They listen, can you tell me what does that appeal like? One more time. Lost in the sauce, don't know what the cost is. Might be a life, man, ain't no telling. Daddy seeing bars and apple don't fall too far from the tree, but I ain't no felon what it feel like. When your second chance to get it become real life. Women always see the difference, so they acting different now. They listen, can you tell me what does that appeal like? Yeah.
Okay, cancel culture. Okay. Gone too far this time. 2 years in a row with our AthFest. Don't even think about doing this next year, okay? I've devised a foolproof plan, okay? I'm starting a rap supergroup with Troy Aubrey as our DJ. So no matter what, we're performing. No, in all seriousness, y'all, better be safe than sorry. Make sure you mask up. Wear 2 masks. Get your vaccine. Get 2 vaccines. I have a friend that got 3 shots, okay? That's 3 X's. One love. We're going to catch you next year, AthFest. No matter what, trust me.
Talk about the past where you know it's such a gas. Like a John
comprehend why I feel so down today. Maybe I found comfort on the road. A little hard to make to be broken, but you must surely know that where your confidence is what I really want. A little hard to make to be broken, but you must surely know. A little boost of confidence is what we really want. I know there's no meaning in this song. Why don't you sing along? Nothing down here in my soul. A little hard to make to be broken, but you must surely know. A little boost of confidence is what we really want. A little hard to make to be broken, but you must surely know that where your confidence is what I really want. I know there's no meaning in that song. Why don't you sing along? Nothing down here in my soul.
Yo,
Be homie, what it do?
what it do, fool? But it right, D.
Shit, oh shit, I'm coolin', man. Shit, I can't call it. Since I'm unaware, man, these niggas taking shots, man.
Blog site talking bad about a nigga, ain't it? You like the second person that called me.
No, man, shit, hey. I don't know what's wrong with them, man. I think you don't got shook a couple niggas up, man. What's wrong with them?
Shit, I ain't shook nobody up yet. They gonna know when I done shook their ass up, bruh.
I feel. Know what's up, but shit, man. You gotta address that shit. What's going on, man? You know what we gonna do about that?
I'm gonna address it, but I'm gonna throw out a few warning shots, man. It ain't that serious because at the end of the day, you gotta think niggas gonna take shots at the nigga that's at the top. So I'm finna nip it in the bud right now. I got this new shit I'm about to drop, but it's gonna go viral in about a couple days. So I'm gonna let these niggas have their little shine. Everybody want to take their shots, but I'm gonna send out warning shots, man. You know, I take.
Hey.
I don't mind having the bullseye on my back, bro. It's cool.
I feel you, but hey, it's that time then. Go ahead and do what you gotta do, man.
Like that nigga Tilt said, they see who jump in front of the bullet.
That's what it is, man, nigga. Let's fuck with it.
Alright, sure. I'm gonna get back to the business, my nigga. Fuck with it.
That what's up, one.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Where we at with it? Y'all niggas still talking out the side of your neck, right? I hear you. Won't you put address on that shit like the nigga Young said? Subliminal shots, ass nigga. I'ma give you what you asked for, nigga. I'm out here. Believe that. Where you at? Solo dolo, nigga. Niggas talking guns like they only made one strap. Swearing that they bosses when they only trap a little crack. Yeah, I'm from the hizzer and I still got a scissor. Watch me make it double, triple, flip it, get it right back. Niggas talking guns like they only made one strap. Swearing that they bosses when they only trap a little crack. Yeah, I'm from the hizzer and I still got a scissor. Watch me make it double, triple, flip it, get it right back. Yeah, you taking shots behind your hands. Fuck boy, you's a sucker. Yo, bitch, a fan. Fuck around with you. I could care less. I'm eating good every day. I'm never stressed. Can't outshine me, even at your best. Your beef ain't legit, so put that shit to rest. This is not a class. I am not a test. Now it's back to business, back to chasing checks. Niggas talking guns like they only made one strap. Swearing that they bosses when they
they only trap a little crack. Yeah, I'm from the hizzer and I still got a scissor. Watch me make it double, triple, flip it, get it right back. Niggas talking guns like they only made one strap. Swear that they bosses when they only trap a little crack. Yeah, I'm from the hizzer and I still got a scissor. Watch me make it double, triple, flip it, get it right back. Homes, you got one gun and a little crack. You ain't got no kilos, get a trap back. Talking about your partner cash, your partner whips. Keep talking about your partner shit, your partner flip. I got gorilla niggas on that ape shit. Talking orangutans with banana clips. Say you bout that life, I ain't heard about you. See you in the streets, can't get a word about you. Niggas talking guns like they only made one strap. Swearing that they bosses when they only trap a little crack. Yeah, I'm from the hizzer and I still got a scissor. Watch me make it double, triple, flip it, get it right back. Niggas talking guns like they only made one strap. Swearing that they bosses when they only trap a little crack. Yeah, I'm from the hizzer and I still got a scissor. Watch me make it double, triple, flip it, get it right back. Look, are you looking? Are you listening? All right, Athens. Look, I know you think I may want this motherfucker to bust wide the fuck open, but look, you can really shut this thing right the fuck back down. I just have a simple list of demands. I just need some Wicked Weed beer, maybe some Arden's Garden juice, some doggone good barbecue mac and cheese, and my fucking Joker TV. Thank you. I love you. Love yourselves.
Take one. This is Cowgirl the Flower Bear about town at Virginia Walker Park in the lovely Athens, Georgia. We're here talking to a recently controversial Athens icon and old friend, the REM Trestle. Trussie, how's it hanging? We're all hanging loose these days, my friend. Seriously? 139 years old. Yeah, that would be right. You were born in 1883 to help CSX bring people from Atlanta to Augusta. Many of us didn't think you'd make it past the year 2000 either. Don't you love Athens for that? What'd they raise for your facelift in 2000? Wow, $25,000 from the community. No, I haven't heard from Sarah Phipps, and I think you look fine in the picture she took on REM's first album back cover. Lady, we all partied the night before too hard before a photo shoot. Back in those days, you looked fine. You're a classic beauty. Tressie, we're good friends, right? I do remember the night your bolt started to come undone. I've always wanted to ask you. Do you get royalties from the picture Sarah Phipps took that's on the back of REM's Murmur album? It did get to 29 on the Rolling Stones chart in 1983. Yeah, I do remember seeing Mike Mills tell Dave the album was priced at $6.99, which was less than the standard price at the time by like $1. Me too. I miss seeing the David Letterman show. They were always discovering new bands. It was such a different world back then. Still, it was a great album, and it holds up in my opinion. You have the same altruistic spirit as those wonderful REM boys. It figures you'd ask them to take your percentage and channel it back into the community. I'm proud to call you a friend, Tressie. You are one of the reasons why Athens is so great. I love you too. I'm glad the best part of you will be sticking around for the new bridge on Firefly Trail. This is a Cowgirl Bear About Town.